And there I am. Good evening. Since I come on, I get a text. So, how are y'all doing? What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love. With a smile on my face for the whole human race. Why, it's almost like being in love. Not. Glad no one saw that. I'm glad no one saw that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they did. How are you guys doing? My coffee's brewing and I am here and ready to go. I hope I found the right connection for this meeting because I've been struggling. I don't want to use hi CG and text. You just missed me singing. I think I found the right place. I don't know. If not, I'll need a little help from my friends. June 24th. I don't know. I don't know why I'm singing tonight. I don't know why I just am. It's called being delirious. God only knows. I ran out of my little cup creamers that you can just keep out and not have to be disposable, the little ones. And so when I went to Tennessee, I love me some Old Smoky moonshine, and I got me one of these little shooter cups. And oh, honey, y'all, this makes the perfect creamer holder too. But anyway, yes, I had to make me another set of coffee. I am so tired. I'm faking it till I make it. As much as I have loved this wonderful thing called court, I'm tired. So, I'm just tired, but we're here. And I have no idea what's going to happen tonight. So, Miss Cowgirl Tex, how you doing? How you doing, sister? I had to put these ears in because I was tired of the hearing aids, so I'm wired tonight in more way than one. In more ways than one. But had a short break. My daughter was blessed with a car today. She had a horrible wreck, but nobody got hurt. But her car vehicle was totaled. They blamed her, but when I went and looked at the intersection, the person was speeding, and the way the topography of the land, she couldn't. It's the difference between didn't see and can't see. And so, anyway, oh my God, the lolly weather reports. Can we just, and his voice puts me to sleep. Oh, well, yes, she's fine. She had this back last year, January, actually, beginning of this year in January. And she's in college, so she's been hiking it everywhere. And then she had a bike, a bicycle, a really nice one. And they chain them up, outside. You can't bring them in your dorms. Somebody stole all the tires off of it and the seat. I was all like, "Biatch, please." Yeah, well, I haven't been on long enough to cuss. Hello, Miss Ronnie. Hello, I think Miss Kevin's here. Somebody's here. There's 3 of you here. I'm not sure if this is the right, maybe my mods can help. Is this the right place I need to go for the live stream? Because I can't find it otherwise. So I need a little help. Need a little help from my friends. The Young Jerks is got it scheduled, but I don't know where he's getting it from. I'm hoping I'm in the right place because this is where I think I need to be. We will find it come hell or high water. I will find it. It's going to be good tonight. I'm looking. Looky. I used to do that too. I want to play something while we're waiting. This is a dear friend of mine that is no longer with us. And this is barbershop quartetting. I know, not for everybody, but I was in it. And my daughter is named after her. And I just found this. The name of the quartet was Panache. We'll see. I think I got into the right channel. If not, so we'll have to just figure it out. But Panache is a barbershop quartet that my best friend in all the world was in. I got 6,000 views. Oh, cool. So I'm going to play this just to get me in the mood for a minute. Okay. I'm going to play it.
This a Kodak moment. If you could just sort of get in a little closer. There you go. Okay.
My best friend in all the world is the gray-haired lady here.
Again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red rum comes popping along. One more time when the red rum's walking along. Minding my business when out of an orange-colored sky. Flash, bam, Malakazam. Wonderful you came by. You're someone in this world that I'll always choose to love. From now on, you're only someone that I used to love. I'd like to feature a soloist. So if the 3 of you would just step back.
So the gray hair lady right here is not her. This one on the end is Sally.
Honey, sweeties, my dear boy. Another song.
Sally was a comedian.
But all
I
I need
need
is just
just
a
a little
little more
more
time,
time,
a
a
little
little
less
less
memory, and a little more
more.
wine. I'll forget
Forget
about
about
you
you
after
after
I'm
I'm
through
through.
painting
Painting
this
this
old
old
town
town
blue, so blue. Ba da ba
blue.
Rudy doo doo. Rudy, here I am, and all my bridges burn now. Just a few minutes where you're concerned.
I
So
can't sing that high
lock the
anymore.
doors and call me yours, 'cause you took advantage of me. The sky dreamed a dream in time gone by, when hope was high and life was living. You're the
Beautiful
flower of my heart, of my heart.
Love you, Mama Sally. I miss you. Miss you. This is Sally, the one on the right with all the gray hair. She was the love of my life. She was my sweet Adeline mama, and I miss her. She passed away. No, seriously. I found that and I went, ah, somebody did something. So anyway, I know I probably kicked a few people off with that, but you know what? My channel, I don't care. Um, I used to do that, by the way. I used to do that. That was something I used to do. Well, there's something that says Comcast 22 version 44 Canton Mass, Canton Community Television at 6 p.m. See the entire schedule. Okay. Well, dagnabbit. It says June 12th, but that's not tonight. I want. Where is he getting that? Where on the website? Okay. I'm on the website. Walk me through it. Where on website? Under what? Send me the link. Government, community, annual town meetings? It's just annual, so that's not going to be it. Duh. Can someone post the link if you got it? I don't think I can stream that. That he has not given me permission. If you found the link, let me know. Who said they found it? All right, Ronnie. But it said the wrong date, darling. Okay, well, they didn't change the date. We're good. All right. Phew. Okay, we can do this. That was weird. I don't like it when that happens, you know. Okay, we're going to.
Canton resident and loyal taxpayer. I am speaking to the people who are at home, who are Canton
You may need
residents,
to raise the
and who are
volume,
not
y'all.
content with the status quo, simply to remind them that we have a chance to change 3 decades plus of that's how we do it in Canton, starting in April when we have new candidates to outseat the person who referred to us as effing random citizens. Please come to vote in April if you don't like what happens tonight.
Hey, thank you, Miss Ronnie. So I did do it. It just had the wrong date.
Takes them a minute to reset. And
I'm sorry. It said like the 12th. I was like,
go ahead, Miss O'Donnell.
I said the 12th.
The chief of police out of Stoughton recently released a statement. I was profoundly disturbed and troubled by what I read. While I am not trained medical examiner, I am not qualified to draw any direct conclusions. The findings certainly warrant further examination at the highest level. As always, we will continue to assist with any efforts to ensure the truth and justice will prevail. Every good and decent police officer should be aware of the angry about the injustice inflicted upon Sandra Birchmore. Sandra idolized police officers and what policing stood for in America, and she was victimized as a result. The only mantra a good cop must have is never again and never ever on my watch. Quoting another person today is Alan Jackson. You have the most powerful tool. You have a vote. You have agreed to give the community your best. What will you do in this moment? Will you say you will never look the other way? And lastly, quoting Chris Albert, you are an embarrassment. It's time for you to resign.
Woo!
Hi, my name is Elise Cohen, a Canton resident. With yesterday's awfully sad news that Sandra Birchmore's death in 2021 has been ruled a homicide, aka she did not commit suicide, but rather she was suicided by the father of her baby, who happened to be a Stoughton cop. At today's jury deliberations, we are on the precipice, of the verdict in the 2022 death of Officer John O'Keefe and the subsequent trial of Karen Reed. We are about to watch several persons in our community receive federal indictments. As such, we citizens and Canton taxpayers are no longer putting up with being ignored at these select board meetings. You simply cannot continue to pretend to listen to your constituents, and sometimes not even pretend, but instead be fidgeting with your iced coffee or looking at your laptop, playing solitaire, whatever you're doing, while people bring up very valid, crucial, and urgent matters. This business as usual attitude is beyond reprehensible and shows uncaring, unethical behavior, especially while our town is on fire. Change is needed yesterday, at a time when all eyes are on Canton, to even consider contract renewal for our police chief, who allegedly took part in the murder cover-up, is equally reprehensible. Chief Rafferty should be fired, not rehired. And for the select board to vote her back in to continue ineffectively leading the department where her reports have no respect for her is preposterous. All of our safety is currently at stake with her at the helm. And I wonder, and I ask, how you can possibly justify this vote. Certainly it is not by reviewing her past and current performance. CPD had no disciplinary actions reported since 2000, yet I have a post-commission report in my hands listing 61 complaints involving 25 out of 46 officers on the roster, many with multiple incidents. The officers were reprimanded, counseled, or were involved in civil lawsuits, resulting in the town paying out lots of money in settlements to the aggrieved. One officer was named in not one, but 2 civil lawsuits. And instead of getting fired, that officer got promoted. Insane, isn't it? And the chief herself had 3 complaints, with one ending in a civil lawsuit. Interestingly enough, 3 CPD LE that were named recently as being allegedly involved in this case have no complaints. Chief Berkowitz, Kevin Albert, and Tim Kelleher, no complaints since 2000. Could be, I don't know. And 3 involved had complaints
that once they were investigated were unsubstantiated, according to this report. That's Gallagher, Good, and Healy. In any case, I ask you to seriously consider the effect that renewing Helena's contract would have on this town. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell, can you please step away? You've already been at the microphone. Can you please step back? All the way back, please. Thank you. You're up.
Kristen Anderson, Canton resident. The women ahead of me, the women behind me, the women too scared to speak, and myself are somebody's daughter, sister,
Hey, everybody. Hi,
mother,
Steve. Hi,
maybe
Miss
grandmother,
Kevin, Ronnie,
and
CG,
wife.
and Tex.
Would any of
Hello.
you want the women near and dear to your heart to be treated in the same manner that we are by the boys of this town? And please do not confuse the boys with the men. There is no comparison, none. We demand respect. We will not shut up until we get it. Speaking of respect, Mr. Albert is still allowed a seat amongst you when he has no idea what respect is. His antics on Sunday evening were unacceptable. There is no law forbidding anyone from patronizing a neighboring business, and the support he gave his family for disrespecting those patrons is disgusting and unacceptable. Mr. Albert being on the board holds him to a higher standard. But you laughed at the sexually inappropriate comments, the body shaming, the threats to smash somebody's skull up and down the street, and all the other comments that were very disrespectful to a woman. You laughed. You laughed as your sister-in-law called me fat. You laughed as your sister-in-law called me Big Bird. You laughed when your son said, and I quote, "You look like a dude." Oh, and don't worry, I won't tell you you gotta go, because you already know. You are a sad representative of this town, an embarrassment, a disgrace. If you don't step down, shut your mouth, and have your families' mouths shut as well. Live up to the standards of an elected official. The women here tonight are strong women, and we will not be silenced by your arrogance.
James White. So the last time I spoke, I talked about integrity of the board and what their responsibilities were as far as what they needed to do for the town. They do not owe Helena Rafferty anything. Their obligation is to the town's people. What is best for the town, not Helena. I mean, that is what your job is, what you're elected for. You ran for a position to run the town as best you thought. And if you think rehiring Helena is best for the town, you're sadly mistaken. The people have already spoken about that. So I don't understand what the problem is. Why can't you see that and address it and say that to the townspeople, we understand, we hear you, and we will do something to ensure that what we do is best for the town of Canton, not Helena Rafferty or the police department, the town. That's what is, the voice is being spoken, and that's what should be heard. And that's what you should be doing as representatives of the town. And, you know, Mr. Albert, you represent the town right now, unfortunately. And your actions are speaking how you feel about how you represent the town. Okay? Everybody's hearing what you're saying, and everybody's hearing your silence. This board, do something that is appropriate and save the town before it's too late.
Yep, go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Carol Farwell Kelly, and I am a fourth generation Canton Townie. I'm not proud of this town anymore, the way my dad, grandmother, great-grandparents were. And I was here just about a year ago, and I said, there was a bunch of townies, multi-generational, we talked, and they said, did you hear something bad happen at the Albert's house and it wasn't the girlfriend? And we said, yes. So I got up and talked a year ago, and I've been trying to get other multi-generationals, but they're afraid their grandkids will be picked on, or they'll get, stopped, or there'll be repercussions, or their kids won't make sports teams. So I said, okay, here I am again. It's like 29 months. I mean, how much patience? When Chief Helena said, to have patience, how much patience? And as far as the weather goes, I just want to say it here. To put in the paper, have a policeman put in the paper in blizzard-like conditions, there were 2 to 3 inches. You could have seen anything there if it was there at that time. It's just very frustrating. And the only thing I can say is I wish the town could be put into receivership. I don't even know how to go about doing that, but I feel like nothing's happening. And even with court going on, it's just not happening. And I just wanted to go back. I know I can't go back to the Canton of old, but the Canton of new can still be a good Canton if you work with us. Okay,
Sally.
My name is Kathleen Howley. I'm a resident of Canton. I am not a townie, and I'm not a well-connected townie. That means that I am like the vast majority of this town. The vast majority of this town is not townie and is not certainly not well-connected townie. And I'm concerned about the safety of the people who are not well-connected townies. Because if we speak up, we get threatened, we get smeared. I had a creepy guy sitting outside of my house a few months ago. And I went to the police and I reported it. My neighbors, who don't scare easily, were scared for me. I had a picture of the car. At the end of filing my police report, I said, hey, wouldn't this be a great opportunity to use those flock cameras that we've all heard from you guys are so great and so useful? And that officer said to me, well, that would take a long time. And I understood, because I've been speaking out now for a year. I understood what he meant is, you don't count. The police are not here to protect you. We had a 911 call on Sunday night in the center of town. It took 17, 18 minutes for the police to respond. The police station was 2 miles away. When Mr. Albert calls the private cell numbers, as the well-connected townies do, they don't call 911 like we call. They don't call, the recorded line. Hello, hello, this is a recorded line. They don't know what that's like. We call and we say hello. We hear hello. This is a recorded line. What is your problem? Whatever. They don't do that. They call the cell phone numbers, and the officers self-dispatch, a term I never heard before I moved to Canton. Self-dispatching police, if you are a townie and a well-connected townie. I'm here to say, I count, my family safety counts, the safety of all of the not well-connected townies counts. We pay most of the bills in this town. We pay most of the taxes that pay the police salaries. And we have gotten the message that we do not count. What are we worth? Maybe half a human life of a well-connected townie, but certainly not worth a townie, a well-connected townie. And I say well-connected because there are many townies here tonight, and there are many townies who have spoken out bravely and suffered and been threatened. And once you speak out, they don't care about you anymore. We count too, and we need a police chief who cares about all Canton residents and the safety of all Canton residents. We had 2 shooting threats, and we were told, trust the police, February, March. Trust the police who think red Solo cups are a good way to collect evidence?
Thank you, Ms. Howell. So, somebody, of course, you're at the back of the line again, and we passed our 15 minutes. If you can do it very quickly, I will allow you to speak, but we are past the 15 minutes, so
Thank you
please.
very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that. Then I will just get to the point.
Thank you.
Okay. So look, we have a lot of issues in this town. We have a leadership problem in this town. Mr. Albert, I don't know. I guess you can just do whatever you want because there's no consequences. And it's a bad look for us. So I'm just trying to be brief. I do want to let this town know that we have a hero in this town. That is Lucky Lofgren. We love... We were told to wait for the trial and to form opinions after the trial. We have listened for 9 weeks for this trial, and we heard 28 days of storytelling and 1 day from the defense with credible witnesses. We know what happened. We know we have a leadership problem. Lucky is the one hero from Canton who told the truth. And for the people in this town who has speak out, we have paid personal sacrifices. And I know Lucky has paid personal sacrifices too, because that's what comes with telling the truth. It has cost us relationships with our loved ones. It has cost our loved ones relationships with their loved ones. It has rippled and ripped families apart. That is why we are divided. We need more Lucky Lofgrens in this town. And I ask all of you tonight to rise to the challenge.
Settle down, please. Settle down, please. Folks.
One last second.
Really, y'all?
Please, it could be career ending. A yes vote could be career ending. Please do the right thing. We want to work with you.
Thank you, Ms. Lombardi. Folks, calm down.
Next on the agenda, public hearing to request modifications to the 7th Amendment of the Development Agreement between Canton Holdings and the Town of Canton for site.
I'm not going to interpret all that because I can't hear it well enough.
In addition, a proposed 8th Amendment to the Develop Agreement between Canton Holdings and the Town of Canton for 12 new townhouses.
Of course. Of course he's sitting there, not upset.
By the Town of Canton to be constructed by
He's a
Canton
righteous...
Holdings, separate and distinct at 25 to 27 Neponset Street near Washington Street. So I have to read the legal notice that's in the newspaper. It's kind of repetitive, but here we go. Town of Canton legal notice, public hearing. The Canton Select Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, June 25th, 2024 in the Sala Meeting Room, Memorial Hall, 801 Washington Street, on or after 7 p.m. The purpose of this hearing is request modifications.
It's not, the caption settings are on, but it's not accepting it. I apologize.
In the Town of Canton for site design, number of buildings, and unit count. In addition, a proposed Eighth Amendment to the development agreement between Canton Holdings and the town of Canton for 12 townhouses on Lot 10 on Neponset Street and small parking lot proposed by the town of Canton to be constructed by Canton Holdings separate and distinct at 25 to 27 Neponset Street near Washington Street, Canton, Christopher M. Albert, Town Clerk. I move that the board open the public hearing.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded to open the public hearing. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, 5-0. Public hearing is open. Mr. Plant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bernie Plant with Canton Holdings, prime redeveloper of the form.
There's so many people watching this feed, y'all. I can't do anything about it.
But in fact, chronologically, this would be the Ninth Amendment to the Development Agreement. So I'm going to call it the Ninth Amendment. The documentation you've got is also called.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's an amendment to the Seventh Amendment.
Sorry.
Right. On December 6th, this board acted to amend the
Better.
2015 Development Agreement governing redevelopment of the former Forever site via the Seventh Amendment.
Wow. Y'all, I'm not in my hearing aids. I'm in different ears. Is this better volume while we have a get up and our go? I have to sometimes if I just redo that.
Space parking lot adjacent.
Come on.
Space parking lot adjacent to what is known as Building 6 of Copperworks and also adjacent to the Canton Junction train station.
This is really frustrating me. And I did double check. I'm looking at my internet connection. It's fine. Someone said it was me. No, they have so many people airing this.
Happy to report the binder is in. We're doing landscaping now, and we'll probably put the finished course.
Little Miss, thank you for joining. Stephen, thank you for joining. Lacey Ann, thank you for joining. Becky Morgan, thank you so much for joining. Y'all, Jen, thank you. Please, please like and subscribe. Can't do this without you.
Tearing up the asphalt.
Oh, it's still that loud?
And that was the plan right there that was approved under the Seventh Amendment. 77 units.
Okay, sorry.
The kind of the left side of the plan where those two opposing buildings exist. So 77 units in two buildings, a dog park, a ritual bath, and 77 housing units. We were also obligated to construct a dog park, or what was approved.
No, I can't help it running.
To construct a dog park on this lot. We were to construct a 10 to 12 space parking lot in the former Eversource substation lot. I'll tell you that I spoke to Jonathan Reich at Eversource about 10 days ago, and they expect to complete the remediation of that lot by the end of the summer. So it's possible that we can become planning on the 10 or 12 spaces on that lot in September, October sometime. We're also required to build an open space, an open air terrace of about 1,200 square feet off the Paul Revere barn. And there's a contribution to the town of $314,800 for roadway improvements in the Ponce Street adjacent to the Revere Heritage Park. Due to unanticipated wetland buffer setbacks that we learned affected Lot 8 after the Seventh Amendment was approved, the site plan had to be modified. So if you bear with me, I'm going to just flip this plan. So once again, this is the plan that was approved.
How can you go on like this, doing this, after your citizens are in that kind of an uprage,
Hey, Bernie.
and only give them 15 minutes, 4 or 5 speakers?
Microphones. Just the people at home won't be able to hear you. Okay.
The people at home don't give a flying flip about that. We want to see you do what's right. Listen to your
So as I
people.
said, due to unanticipated
My humble opinion.
wetland buffers that affect the property, both on the south side, which is the left side, and the left side, which is the west side of the property, we're unable to construct two buildings. We have to reduce it to one building. As a consequence, the number of units decreased from 77 to 63, and we are currently processing that application through the Conservation Commission, Planning Board, and Zoning Board at that point. The
Y'all
reason
keep
I'm
watching.
here
I'm
is
sure we're going to have more
the
fireworks.
conditions in the Seventh Amendment that affect development of this property, and it's a matter of just some housekeeping matters to make the Seventh Amendment, now known as the amendment to the Seventh Amendment, now known as the Ninth Amendment, comply with the current plan, and that's all. It's as simple as that. So, in short, the unit count is reduced from 77 to 63.
Michelle, I'm ganged up all the way.
Dog park,
It's
the
on
dog
their
park is
end.
located
I've got everything ganged up 100%. Yeah, I just double checked it. Everything's ganged up. It's super low on them all the time. I'm so sorry.
for both dog parks.
Thank you for joining, y'all. Please subscribe. I can't
Again,
do it
due to
without you.
wetland buffers, particularly adjacent to the south side of the property where a brook runs under Revere Street, we lost that whole area.
Melissa P., thank you for joining. Andriel, hello.
The 63 units that are shown in that building will be owned in a condominium form ownership.
Of course.
7 of the
Richard,
units
thank you
set
for
aside
joining.
Moderate income residents. We must
Melissa, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
What is known as a permanent solution for the Department of Environmental Protection, because there is some ash and urban fill that exists in the property as a result of Plymouth Rubber's operation for years there. A clubhouse and pool can be constructed on the lot, and of course the $314,800 we contributed to this town for the Ponce Street improvement. We've had neighborhood meetings, and as I said,
Thank you so much.
Here once for Concom, planning, and zoning. And right now, actually, we just finished addressing comments of Tom Houston from the Concom and Planning Board.
Thank you
Expect to
so
be back,
much.
in front of those boards in late June and early July. So that's it. The Seventh Amendment, the amendment to the Seventh Amendment, AKA the Ninth Amendment, simply cleans up the document to allow.
Guys, I have asked him to do another panel, and he said his mods would kill him if he did. So we'll see. I would love to do another panel with him. Now that this is over, this is my first big trial, and it's over. We're just waiting. And right here is the man himself. Over here on the left-hand side, suit and tie and bald. If he had hair, I'd snatch right off that man's head. If I was his mama, I'd be snatching every hair off of him.
Yeah, we'd have to close the public hearing. So
Ann Brown, I'm Ada Brown. Good name.
Is there anybody from the public that has any questions or comments on that?
No, we want to talk about something else, you idiot.
Moving on.
Eighth Amendment?
Yep.
Excuse me, sir. I think you need to put your crap down and actually listen to your people and forego all this. Your town is about ready to go up in flames. Or are you on helium? Nah, I think it's just me.
Once again, Bernie Plant Canton Holdings. The property being considered under the Eighth Amendment is about a 2-acre piece of property with about.
Oh, we will, Melissa. Malaysia.
Street. You can see that in the lower right-hand corner of the board. There are 4 structures shown there with the driveway leading to the Ponce Street, a round kind of oval circle in the rear for a detention basin, and then to the rear of that is the large dog park, which was previously approved. So we stripped land off of this lot in order to construct the dog park. And as I say, it will be underway soon. The property is wooded, and you may recognize it as being adjacent to the former home of Paul Revere's grandson, which is home just to the left of the front left pink building that you see there. It's also where Ralph Hilt stores his equipment. the property back in 2015 when the town meeting took place. We had planned a 10,000 square foot daycare center. In fact, we had the Goddard School under contract. We were going to construct the building and lease to the Goddard School. There was opposition from neighbors in the Norfolk Street neighborhood, concerned that we weren't going to get the vote in the 2015 meeting. We withdrew that piece of it.
Gail, thank you for joining.
Town meeting about what we would do with that property, and I went back. And
Thank
reviewed
you,
the town
Malaysia.
meeting,
If I'm saying it right, I'm
video of the
dyslexic,
town meeting.
literally.
And at the time, we said that we would comply with the underlying zoning, which is general residential, which is what we're proposed to do. It complies with general residential. Through this process of getting ready for this meeting, which has taken a little bit of time because of other matters affecting the town, as I said, I went back and reviewed the concerns that were raised by Canton residents at that special town meeting within the town meeting.
What about the concerns now?
Kind of a quick list of
Which are more
things that
important?
struck me, which were
Building
a big concern at the time.
for
Will the
saving your
will
citizens.
the town have to cover the bond payments for the $8.5 million TIF?
Sorry, I forgot my other mic was on.
If Canton Holdings failed? Well, we know that all the TIF improvements have been completed, the TIF was floated, and there were no issues with the bond. Will there be heavy commercial use? There was none. The amount of moderate income, there was a concern about whether the entire project would be.
Thank you. Thank you,
What
Bob
impacts will
Flower.
development of this size have on our schools? The residents wanted to control the rentals. That is the people.
What are you talking about? Learn to turn off that floating heart.
Rental,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wanted to limit residents' ability to rent condos. They wanted the condos to be owned by Canton residents and not to be rentals. The environmental concerns and the town's liability if we flaked out. Traffic on the Ponce Street, effect on town services, police, fire, DPW, and general adverse effects on the town with such a large development. Suffice it to say, at least in my opinion, a lot of those issues never came to pass. And I think we ended up with
That's not me.
There.
That's other people hitting it, not me.
Fiscal impact statement. The fiscal impact statement was based on a number of units.
That's viewers doing that, not me. That's not me.
That fiscal impact statement projected real estate tax revenue generation.
Ooh, that is hot. I'll turn it down. Ooh.
The project would produce 20 to 27 school-age children. And that the town
I don't know who's
services,
doing that.
police,
That's
fire,
not me.
DPW, et cetera, would cost the town about this project would cost the town about $517,000. Concerned about this amendment, I had the fiscal impact statement redone in March of this year. So based on our proposal here, the change of use from commercial to residential on lot 8, tax generation will be based on
Hey, if someone is giving me hearts, leave them alone.
will be just over $2 million.
I want all the hearts I can get. We've hit over 100 live on YouTube. The first time.
Now are at that time in 2015, the fiscal impact fellow, John Connery was his name, based on other statistics in the greater Norfolk County area, had projected 20 to 27. Well, it didn't come to pass.
Oh, thank you, Macy.
The current fiscal impact statement anticipates that with the completion of
I'm not touching it.
3 units on lot 8,
I literally am not.
here,
Who's doing it?
count may go from 5 to 7. The important thing is there's about a 17 student decrease.
Who's doing that? That's not me.
In 15, the town services, pardon me, under the revised fiscal impact statement, town services will be approximately $220,000, about a $297,000 decrease in 2015. The fellow who did the report, Mark Fogier, took over John Connery's company, and this is not, he didn't generate these figures by reviewing the town's budget. He interviewed the school department, He interviewed the fire chief and got the number of calls, the number of police calls, all that. So he did his diligence in order to come up with these expected costs from each of the departments. So in short, we're proposing 12 townhouses here instead of the originally planned 10,000 square foot Goddard School. One of the townhouses will be committed to moderate income use. The access road coming up from Ponce Street will be
If
private.
everybody would subscribe, will you bless
We
me,
provided a
please?
buffer from abutters
Subscribe.
and have adjusted our land plan based on neighborhood meetings to satisfy their concerns.
Why are they not on
This is the
suspension
plan. The site
until
plan
this is all over?
support this must go through
Especially after what happened to TB Turtle Boy
CBA,
yesterday.
so it'll receive further scrutiny of those boards. Finally, we've committed to work jointly with the town to take
I don't know what you're talking about.
nearly at the corner of Washington and Ponce Street and create some additional parking for the downtown area. So, believe it or not, by favorable action tonight, we'll reduce the overall permitted
Let me look.
units.
Let me go to my
by-
actual page. I have no idea, y'all. I don't understand what you're talking about. I need help.
Finally, and perhaps to your relief, this lot 10.
There is a federal investigation.
Developable parcels at Plymouth River, so we would be done. Thank God.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting news. I'm just learning about that. Guys, I don't know what you mean by the heart thing that's blocking. Or are you talking about our comments?
Mr. Chairman, you had meetings with the neighbors.
Pardon me?
You had meetings with the neighbors about the units, the condo
Twice.
units. There looks like there's two houses, one to the left, one to the right. Everything after that is multifamily around that.
There are some duplexes.
So I'm just.
Okay, good.
The only thing I'm concerned about is those
Gotcha.
neighbors that are abutters.
I'm not touching hearts again, guys. That wasn't me.
From what's been developed there and the houses and the dog parks, everything has increased property.
That's not
values
me.
Incredibly down there. So, but I still, as a zoning board person in the past, and I just would be concerned about the abutters. So
Sure.
that's still safe.
I'd like to think we attended to their concerns.
Yeah.
And as
Guys,
go
if we
through
hit 250
consultation
subscribers,
and ZBA,
this one's spoken for. But if we get to 250, I'll give this size away. Everybody that was on, you'll be in the drawing. If we get to 300 subscribers, I'll give this away. This one, this very one.
You already took the commercial buildings and made them residential. Now it looks like you're letting even more residential. And I just feel like I was at all those town meetings when we approved this, and the town did not want all the residential we're getting. And it just seems like you're going against the spirit of that vote. So anyway, just kind of like you think about it
Thank
before we
you.
just keep- We're just gonna I know it's too late to put the commercial back, but I don't know, I'd rather have the daycare center at this point. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum.
Just,
Love
just
every single one of you.
back
I
on
really do.
that, Kathy, is that we just voted the MBTA zone, which increases density in that area.
Oh, I'm happy.
So, too,
Appreciate it.
That's what it does. So back when this development was first started, yes.
They
we
can throw
tried
red Kool-Aid.
Less density, less units. Now, just with the last vote we did at the annual town meeting, made that area more dense. On this parcel that's 2 acres, 15 units an acre, 30 units could be there. Okay, this is in the MBTA zoning. We're looking at 12 nice condos in a neighborhood that's very nice. I think it's a good presentation of a good development rather than putting 30 units on that one parcel.
No, I understand that, but maybe we shouldn't have gone against the spirit of the agreement and changed those commercial buildings in the first place, because now this is what we have.
Ooh, snap. Sorry, that was truth spoken. I am going to, I'm loud again.
Any other questions from the board?
Y'all, I'm going to look in the
Mr. Albert, we move
standard
those.
Birchmore and I'm going to investigate
The board
that.
close the public comment period. Public hearing.
I second.
Motion has been made and second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Folks, please settle down. Next, Mr. Albert.
All right, I move that the board approve the request modifications to the Seventh Amendment of the Development Agreement between Canton Holdings
Y'all are
and the
awesome.
Town of
Thank
Canton for
you.
site design, number of buildings, and unit count.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Next, I move that the board approve a proposed Eighth Amendment to the Development Agreement between Canton Holding and the Town of Canton for 12 townhouses on Lot 10 on Naponton Street and small parking lot proposed by the Town of Canton to be constructed by Canton Holdings, separate and distinct at 25 to 27 Naponton Street near Washington Street.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
Please
Any
do,
further
y'all.
discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Mr. Plant, thank you very much.
Thank
Do
you,
you,
Mr.
do you have an
Chairman.
idea of when Lot 10 would be done? Ballpark?
This lot,
Yes.
I think we'll be 3 or 4 months going through permitting, which would put us, what, in October?
Okay. Yeah, it's the next spring-ish. Okay. But what about the dog park?
The dog park, we're going to start some limited clearing within the next 10 days.
Excellent.
But the good news is there's a lot of large mature trees.
Thank you, Lacey Ann.
So it's going to be a very attractive dog park, and we'll maintain that buffer.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thanks, Bernie. Thank you, Bernie.
Oh my God, we're up to 125.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Roberts, staying with public hearings.
Yep. Next on the agenda.
I was thinking
public
the
hearing
same
to
thing.
consider Proposed amendment to the Town of Canton
I was
sealer of
thinking the
weights and
same
measure
thing.
fee schedule. I'm going to read this into the legal notice.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Legal
I'll
notice,
hear
Town
better
of
tomorrow.
Canton ceiling fee amendment. The Canton Select Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, June 25th, 2024 at 7 p.m. in the Sala Meeting Room, Memorial Hall, 801 Washington Street, second floor. The purpose of the hearing will be to discuss a proposed amendment to the Town of Canton sealer of
Is he the
weights
one
and
reading?
measures fee schedule. The public is welcome to attend and to provide input and comments. Chris Albert.
Ms. Mia Wallace, thank you for joining.
And Jen Chameleon's going to talk about it. I move that. What's that?
Y'all don't know where the dog
That the
is?
board open the public hearing.
My theory is the
Motion has been
dog
made
is in
and
a witness
seconded. Open the
protection
public hearing. All
program,
those in favor
and
say
upon
aye.
the end of this trial, will be returned and united with his loving family.
So I'm here to talk about an amendment to the fee schedule for the sealer of weights and measures. And just so everyone's aware, the fees are, they are what businesses are charged when
I
they use
know.
the services of a sealer. And the last time, the current fee schedule was last updated in 2006, so it's a little outdated. So we consulted with the town sealer of weights and measures, and
I
we
know,
conducted a
right?
survey of the surrounding towns to see what everybody else is charging for these kind of fees. And that's how we developed the schedule that's being proposed. We feel that the fee schedule that's being proposed, it more accurately reflects the sealer of weights and measures job duties. And it will also bring Canton in line with the surrounding towns in Norfolk County.
All right. There's a spreadsheet in our packet. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Chameleon?
I don't.
Any questions from the public?
Yeah, why in the hell are you talking about what you need to talk about
We'll
instead
have to
of this?
advertise it again, so I will advertise it again in the next citizen, the next edition that the citizen can get it. And then we'll also notify all the businesses that it's going to affect.
Impact.
So probably end of the month, end of July.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Albert?
All right, I move that the board close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion has been made. to
What?
close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
5-0.
I move that the board approve the amendment to the Town of Canton weight and measures fee schedule.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Where's he at? Where's he at?
Next on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Chameleon.
Next on the agenda, the school department requests to utilize $250,000 in capital contingency for the CPS ventilator project. It's one of them. And then second is to consider the transfer FY25, 1.6 million special education reserve into the operating budget. And we have Mr. Scollins and Mr. Lynch to speak of this.
I'm looking for his live.
Ryan Lynch 2.0.
He goes live at 8
I don't
p.m.
know if everybody has met our new Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Operations, Brian Lynch.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah. I'm pleased to be partnering with Brian at this point in time.
Oh.
I can tee up the
Okay,
capital
okay.
contingency discussion. So the schools have a project for ventilators, the Hanson School. The contract has been bid. It's come in at about $2.19 million. And there's not enough funds in the budgets that have been compiled to fund that, including $650,000 in ARPA funding. And
Gotcha.
the good news is that in this fiscal year, fiscal 24, we had, I think it was
Lowered a little lower, dude.
recommended this
Little
back
lower.
in 23.
Little
We,
lower.
Put in a capital contingency amount in this year's capital budget.
Jim Fan is still rude.
For any capital project this year that was running short of funds due to what was bid and what we had. And since there are no other capital projects on the
Please
municipal or town side
please.
this year that are in need of
We're at
these
1:30.
funds,
Oh my God, this is
$250,000
awesome.
still intact, and these funds are currently needed in order to be able to sign a contract for this ventilator project at the Hanson Elementary. And I will say that even in addition to that,
Yes.
schools will be kicking in some additional funds from their special revolving funds. I believe it's building rental, in order to be able to sign the contract.
He has a right to say that.
$1,000 or so. So the request
I'd be
is
saying
the way that the motion for the
resign,
warrant article of this
Albert.
capital contingency reads is that at the recommendation of the finance director and as voted by the capital planning committee, which they have voted affirmatively, unanimously support this, and then also needs to be voted affirmatively by the select board in order for
Jill Darius stole my phone for.
Thank you, Mrs. Collins.
I can't read the rest of it.
Does it get voted on by the school committee as well, or?
Nope, that's not the way the
capital and us.
not
Oh,
the way the
that's not
article,
gonna help.
the motion was written.
Okay.
I'm trying. Hi, just Chrissy. Oh, thank you for joining. I want to use cussy words, but not been on long enough.
Mr. Collins and Mr. Lynch on this?
Yes,
Mr. Collins?
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
Mr. Collins. And the fiscal year runs out June 30th, correct?
Correct.
So there's no one else waiting.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure.
Checked throughout the year.
Ronnie, you're great.
Because I was anticipating there might be some other needs, but we've lucked out this year with our capital projects, and there were not. So it's a good news for this particular project.
Just want to put that in the record. Thank you.
Thank goodness we set this aside. Nice job, Mr.
Oh, how wonderful are you?
All right, so if no other questions, let's take that one first. So, Mr.
Right,
Albert?
the first one, I move that the board approve the Canton Public School request to access the capital contingency fund in the amount of $250,000 to support the design, the development, and construction of the Hanson Elementary School ventilator project.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. And,
Five.
if I may,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, and this project will be done by the end of, by.
Exactly. Count Karen, thank you for joining.
Okay, thank, that's my thought. Just wanna-
Oh, everybody, thank you so much for joining.
That vote passed 5-0.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
All right, so now let's hear them talk on this one.
So the next item, I'm going to let Brian speak more to it, but I just want to be clear on the amounts that are being requested here. Brian will backfill the reasons why, but the amounts being requested out of the special education reserve account, which are appropriated funds at town meetings annually. So
Can y'all
currently, there's a
read
balance
what is
in
on
this
those
account
signs?
of
I cannot.
$3,010,000. And how we got there was we had a carryover of
Yes, they do, Kim.
$410,000 in this account from last year. In fiscal 24, we appropriated $1 million into this account, so $1,410,000. And then this past May, the town appropriated $1.6 million into this account in anticipation of some spikes in these costs, which is exactly what is being seen here. So
The
grand
video
total
quality is too
of the
poor.
requests to
Oh,
access the special ed reserve funds
that's
is
good. Yeah,
$4,010,000,
that's good. That's good.
which is currently sitting in the sped reserve account. And And that's why Brian is here, is to ask for that in order to balance the FY24 budget.
Yep.
Jill,
Great summary of it.
Daniels touched me.
So I joined Canton Public Schools at the beginning of the month, so we're currently working on closing out FY24. There are significant increases in costs for special ed education and tuitions over the course of the year. I believe some of the materials provided to
Maybe
you,
it might
show
encourage him
that,
to clean out his
January or so, we
disgusting
saw a large
pizza
spike in
delivery
transportation expenses, especially,
and anybody
which
who's getting
has
pizza
been most of this decade.
delivered in that
So yeah,
need it.
receiving these funds would allow us to balance out FY24 and close the year through the use of other available offsets.
Oh, guys, I am so sorry. Couch Karen, let me, I am going to do a quick pause. 99% of you who are joining me right now do not realize that I am totally deaf. I grew up hearing and I cannot hear anymore. I can't hear my voice. I only go by the monitor on my soundboard. And if you guys think I'm too loud, please, you will not offend me. I did turn it down. If that is better, thank you very much. I apologize. Once again, I've only been doing this for a few months, but I literally cannot hear myself. So forgive me, patience and love, please. Here we go.
On the last request that was just done a few months
Is
ago.
the sound better?
And
Couch Karen, are you happier with the sound?
for that account when they have funds within their reach that they haven't used year to year. So where have those funds gone?
So that question is better for the school committee, but I can tell you that special.
Questions.
Okay. It's a school committee related issue.
But you guys are issuing the okay to open that fund.
You got it.
Again,
Right.
Is that better?
Special education costs
The
fluctuate
money's not
throughout the
going
year.
to
So Ms. O'Donnell, do you need an answer or are you all set?
Thank you.
get an answer.
Okay, so I'm trying to explain.
Okay.
Okay. Special education costs fluctuate throughout the year as far as whether kids are moving in the district or without. It is very difficult, next to impossible, to predict what the costs are going to be.
Yep.
This was explained at a previous town meeting, and the town voted to set up this account for this reason so that we don't have to go to town meeting to access money to address.
See, this
special
is
education
clear.
costs.
He's clear.
So that is what is going on here. This has all been discussed at town
Why
meeting.
aren't you pushing back and saying, where are the receipts for the money that you've already spent? Because they keep depleting the special education fund and they don't answer the public when we ask, where did our money go?
So
Once again, what are you doing to prevent them from dipping into the special education fund? Because I have repeatedly requested financial reports for that and they refuse to give them to me. So I can't prove what they're doing with the money, which means it's your job to ask that question before you go letting them deplete my child's fund for an education because they have some cleaning up to do.
Okay.
So again, what are you doing?
Mr. Scollins, do you have a?
Just a couple of points. First off, these funds are voted at town meeting for this specific purpose. So it's not like these funds could be used for another purpose. And to the point about using other funds that the school department has available to it, I can tell you that is exactly what's happening.
Thank you, Melissa P.
Given the spike.
Thank you
we've seen
so
some
much.
extraordinary spike that we're seeing. And that's why we're here tonight, because this is extraordinary and it can't be predicted. And as the chairman said, that's the primary
Yes, I was
reason
signing.
this reserve fund was set up, was in order to protect and hedge against these spiky changes that are significant can be significant each year. Some years we get by not needing as much. This year wasn't one of those years. And all of those expenses are well documented in
Welcome,
the school
Matthew.
financial system. They have to be reported out to the Department of Ed. They're audited specifically by our auditors as well in a special school audit report. So there is full accountability. And of course, there are some privacy concerns regarding the students who are the recipients of these funds.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I do have a further question on that, since he has answers for where our money's going. Does the legal counsel that the superintendent has endured at the cost of our money had anything to do with the money that is being requested, once again, out of the special education fund that no one seems to think that receipts are needed
Oh,
for.
sorry.
So has any answers come for that yet? Because I've asked repeatedly at the school committee meeting. The answer is no. When I ask you guys, you say you can't talk about the school. So you seem to know where our money is. Do the legal funds that our superintendent has endured at the cost of my children have anything to do with why we're requesting to tap in to the special education fund once again in a very short period of time?
So, Ms. O'Donnell, special education funds can only be used for special education expenses.
Have you seen what they
So answer
deem
your
as
question.
their financial report,
Legal funds,
administrative?
Ms. O'Donnell, legal funds, legal expenses cannot be used out of the special education fund. Okay?
Can anyone answer why they're so darn high?
Again, you would have to talk to,
The superintendent,
Yep.
he's the one using the money and he doesn't want to tell us why.
okay, again, as Mr. Scollins said, all of this stuff is audited. Our financial records are discussed
I
at town
request the
meeting.
records, they don't turn them over. I'm going to the next up. Will
Okay.
you guys help me get the financial records that I have spent the last year and a half requesting?
Sure, send the select board an email with what you're
I
looking
will-
for.
You've been CC'd on that email.
I have not.
But that's okay.
I have
You
not.
all have. You all have. Every single time I emailed the superintendent regarding final requests, you were CC'd on them too.
Okay.
So we can play that game and I can pull up the emails for everyone.
All right, thank you, Ms. O'Donnell.
you.
Thank you.
Rita Lombardi. So I hear Jennifer has been trying to get this information and the school committee is not giving it to her. Mr. Scollins, is there another way she can get this information? Shouldn't this be public information? Is there
It
some way that this
is
information
public
is published?
information.
I'm not familiar with the request. I'm happy to take a look at it, and after seeing what the request is, I could answer that question, but I don't have any information to be able to answer.
Okay.
Everyone can be familiar with the request.
Okay, so Jennifer will send it to you directly, Mr. Scollins, and copy the board,
The select board.
the select board, and then
Please.
perhaps at the next meeting, we could have some further discussion on
So I
this.
can't commit to what'll happen at the next meeting because I haven't seen the request, but
Absolutely.
please email the select board with the request.
Okay.
And we will follow up on this.
Yeah, just even a status that, hey, we have it and this is the steps that we've taken would be appreciated. Thank you.
Isn't it in the annual town report
Yes.
downstairs? In the 2023 annual town report, with all the budgets, downstairs, when you go out, you'll see that book, and you should start there.
It goes much deeper. It's like requesting money for transportation for special education and to put aids on the buses and then never even trying to get them. Yet that money is requested every single year. Where'd the money go? There were no bus monitors put on. Instead, we just keep rehiring the damn bus company. So again, I've asked, I've
Send the
called them
email.
out. It's on record. It's recorded, them stating this is what our request is for. This is what the money is to be used for. And then it's not used for that. And they come back again and they ask for the money again. And you guys keep saying yes.
So, Ms. O'Donnell, please check the select board email alias that you're using because I haven't received an email
You
from
know
you
darn
in
well you
months.
get my emails.
Okay,
but
so
that's
we'll
good.
play that. That's fine.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Albert.
All right, I move that the board approve the Canton Public School request to gain access to the $3,010,000 of the Special Education Reserve Fund.
No.
As means to balance the
Yep, keep going, Mr. Albert.
FY24 budget.
Second, motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you for your
gentlemen.
support. I also just wanted to note the school committee had voted in favor of this prior to this meeting, so I would
Excellent.
appreciate your support.
Thank you.
tonight.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, next on the agenda is a discussion of the Narcan accessibility. Is Nolan here to talk about it?
Hello. Hi.
Oh, no, we're sleeping.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How
Thank
are
you.
you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very good.
Good. So we're here to propose or ask for permission to play. Oh, sorry.
Folks, please settle down.
Good evening. I'm Izzy Nolan. I'm the program manager for the Canton Alliance Against Substance Abuse.
And I'm Maeve Moore. I'm one of the public health nurses in the town.
So we're here to ask for permission to place outdoor Narcan distribution boxes throughout the community. Narcan is a nasal spray that's designed to rapidly reverse overdose. There are no harmful side effects when used in a non-overdose situation. Just showing kind of what kind of
Bless you. See you in the morning. Please join me. I'd appreciate it.
having these boxes throughout the community will help reduce barriers to access, which
Okay, I want to say something real quick on this. I am a first responder, volunteer firefighter, and a chaplain, but I got a cat hair on my nose. Or is it on my lip? Ah, there it is. Okay, Narcan. People give Narcan to people who have not overdosed on an opioid or on the drugs that it's meant to use for, can be very harmful. So the problem is that you think you put a box and people can go and get Narcan and use it and don't know what the hell they're doing. It can harm someone. So freaking don't do it. Sorry, my humble opinion.
problem for people in need of Narcan. So if we're able to create a space for these to be throughout the community, it could help support, a healthier Canton.
How about
So this was kind of like a preliminary, just
test cameras for all the
to see
PD?
if it's kind of feasible. We have some locations identified, but we don't have like exact spots yet. Tonight
Sorry
we're
if I
seeking
got loud.
approval to kind
My
of start the
apologies.
project and just to see, would we be allowed to place these boxes on public property? So we do have some general locations identified if you wanted to hear
Yes.
them. So we wanted to make sure that they were kind of spread evenly throughout the town in locations that are easily accessible. So walkable, drivable. We wanted to find areas that were on the shadier side because in hot weather, the boxes might get warm on the inside. And we also wanted to find areas that were, accessible, but relatively private because research shows that even the slightest barrier that for some people may not seem like a barrier at all, for other people, it could be insurmountable in them seeking out and receiving Narcan. And so we do want to find areas that are public, but not out in the open where everybody can see, just to eliminate some people feel embarrassed, unfortunately, when they are seeking help with substance use disorders for themselves or a family member. And so we were thinking the Cobb's Corner area, the Shepherd's Pond region is a good shady spot.
I'm going to stop right there real quick. You are right for the most part. I don't disagree with you, just Chrissy Crone, but there are some people who I know in our community who were given it and they were not ODing over on opioids, but what ended up happening is they had a bad reaction to it. I know for the most part it's not dangerous, but you never know who may have a reaction. And my concern is making it so publicly available and people using it, and then somebody has a reaction. It just concerns me. But I don't disagree with you. I just get really fearful of people wanting to put stuff out there so freely. And I've known people who've actually had a reaction to it, and it was not nice.
Timetable?
So we would potentially start purchasing boxes immediately.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. If someone wanted to say, if you have a family member that unfortunately uses drugs or whatever, you could stop there and get one and take it home with you, correct?
That's exactly right. So that's the function of the boxes.
That's
They're not
good.
meant to be used in an emergency situation like a defibrillator. They're meant to be distribution.
Sure.
So if
Okay.
you did have an emergency nearby, you of course could go and grab one, but the general purpose of them is not to be for an emergency. It's for people's personal use. Just another way they can go to a pharmacy if they need to get it. They can come to the Board of Health, of course. I have a
Okay,
whole
that
roll of
that makes
paper
more
and I can
sense to me.
invite you
Okay,
to that.
I'm more on board for that.
The Pequot side.
But why don't you just give it to the pharmacies and let them hand it out? Why do you need to have drop boxes?
We can offer counseling if people need it, and we actually are forming these little bundles that include information if people need it, contact information for me, for Izzy, for other substance abuse counselors. So, and as well as the Narcan in the boxes, instructions on how to use it, as well as other resources. And then Maeve and myself will go out weekly to check on the boxes and see if Narcan needs to be refilled to make sure that it's accessible.
Okay, I'm more on board with that.
Any other questions from the board?
I reacted. I'm sorry. I'm in a very reactionary state right now.
Yeah, it's tough.
Thank you
it's
guys
tough to
for
kind of get
joining
the
me.
word out
Please
there. Right
comment,
now,
like, and
I'm operating on
subscribe.
like a flyer basis, and it's not the best, but we definitely, we update the websites. We do have
Oh, I
social
want to
media
be like
accounts
RA.
for the health department.
I
But
want to be
we've
RA.
purchased space in the Citizen before when we first started the Narcan project, and so definitely going to you know utilize that again, the social media, and then word of mouth hopefully too can go a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the website I think is
The website, yeah, the CASA website, and just resource pages that people are already following, just making sure we can honestly almost just blast it out, creating a map of locations.
That's
for
awesome, Miss Kevin.
Do you have them at the senior center? Which I know is-
Well, you know what I
There is
mean.
Narcan, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and then in all the
I
schools, there's also
want-
boxes as well, which contain a couple doses of Narcan, as well as masks and things.
So Chairman, if maybe next time you come, if you get maybe a picture of it, so people
Yeah.
drive by and say, what's that box over there? They're like, oh yeah, that's what they're talking
Yeah.
about. I mean, if you have a color picture.
A color picture,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
'Cause it- I
Okay,
don't-
while they're chatting about that, I want to share something real
It might think
fast.
it's
I
a-
have
it's a
all of
FedEx
you
box or
with
something
me.
like that.
Yeah, and they do.
I
They say
grew up
naloxone
hearing.
on the side. They're pretty
I became
identifiable.
deaf.
But yes, we'll definitely, as part of the marketing kind of for it, making sure people know what they look like, and it's not just a random box.
But what's happening is that after this trial is finished, I'm going to start signing everything I say so I can open this up to the general deaf population and make it more accessible to the hard of hearing and deaf. I am not a certified court interpreter, so I will still have to use closed captioning, but what I say will be signed. So that's my goal.
Thank you so much.
That's why it's important to have more subscribers
So if you can put it on the Everything Canton and.
so I can open it up to the deaf community.
Yeah,
That's a great idea. Thank
we
you.
definitely want to start utilizing those more. Well, now that we're
Or Americans with Disability Act. I'm also going to college for a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I already have a degree in American Sign Language Deaf Support Specialist.
Next on the agenda is to consider the approval of change in officers and directors for Wampatuck Country Club. This is more about paperwork to approve the previous.
So help me get there, please.
Wampatuck Country Club, who's now requesting the
Please.
approval of change in officers and directors of Country Club.
I have a service dog under my desk, by the way.
That the board
Legit.
approve the change in officers and directors for the Wampatuck Country Club.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right.
5-0.
5-0. Yep.
Next on the agenda is consider the approval and execution of the conservation restriction associated with the Canton Reserve Toll Brothers subdivision.
Any questions on that? Do I have a second?
Second.
Or let's see, Assistant
questions on
District
that?
Attorney, ADA, American Dental Association.
Next on the agenda.
I do have a
is to consider
service
the
monkey at
approval of
home.
Personal contract software coordinator, information system manager, police chief.
No.
Sorry.
So we're on the
Number three,
Administrative
gotcha.
Employees Union, the AEA.
So the next one is to consider the approval of Administrative Employees Union.
I'll be right back.
AEA memorandum of agreement.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. So, Mr. Albert, this one we're going to take individually. So the first one is the software coordinator.
Are we going to lump four together and then do, are we doing this?
Yep, we can do that.
Because there's three, 3-year contracts. All right, so next is to consider the approval of the following contracts. Software coordinator, information systems manager, superintendent of public works, town accountant, and human resource director.
Second.
So a motion for the 3-year personal service contracts for those positions has been made and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
So next the next is to approve the contract of the police chief.
All right, so before we begin on this, I will tell you that the select board received well over 400 emails from
What?
residents.
Did you say
and
service
non-residents
zoo?
regarding the appointment of Police Chief Rafferty, the extension of a one-year contract. There were several in favor, several against. The select board read every one of those emails. Whether you approve of the decision or not, the select board is elected to make these decisions. It was discussed that Mr. Albert should not participate, so any discussion regarding the extension of the police chief did not include Mr. Albert, so it was just the remaining 4 select board members. So
That's my girl, y'all. That's my service monkey at home.
a chance to respond to what the audit finds and take appropriate steps to correct whatever the audit points out. And that is the decision that the majority of the select board is comfortable with. So, Ms. Boyden, I believe you had a statement on this.
I did. I can't. So while I believe that during her time on the force, Chief Rafferty had the best interest of Canton in mind, I have notable concerns about her leadership in recent years as chief. For that reason, I will be voting no to accept
Nala.
or renew her contract as chief. Because of the turmoil in the last 2 years, we've lost 6 officers to early retirement or to transferring to other towns. Since the retrial is still underway, I can't publicly voice my
Maven, she's
concerns about
professionally
her
trained, and she
presiding
was
over the
born
police
into
response to the
this.
crime scene on January 29th, 2022.
Normally, yes.
However,
Just
all
no.
who were watching testimonies under oath know the obvious lack of adherence to policies and procedures. While I, as an elected official, am personally withholding pointed concerns related to the case, Chief Rafferty, while asked to speak at the August 8th, 2023 Select Board meeting regarding flock cameras, went in uniform, fully off topic, and delivered a highly personal and lengthy statement about her view of the case.
Instant
A
message me
large
your
part of her
contact
job is to
information. We'll
communicate
talk.
to the public. She hasn't been able to. This inability to navigate a tricky situation is another example of her lacking leadership skills. Even her answers to the Canton Citizen article were unsatisfactory. Instead of saying no comment, she could have talked in general terms, again, about standard operating procedures. In November of 2023, 9 people were
Yes, it
charged with
is.
a
I can't
felony for
control it.
witness
It's all on their
intimidation. They were in
end.
front of
I control it
Walgreens
as much
across the
as I
street from
can here,
Philly Pizza.
but I can't on
Their
their
First
end.
Amendment rights were infringed.
Certain mics are stronger than
The
others.
witness intimidation statute in our state is ambiguous. It does not have an exact distance one must keep to. For example, in a restraining order, you have to stay a certain distance away. These 9 were peacefully protesting, and from a community policing standpoint, it was not in the best interest of our community to issue citations to them. In November 2023, close to 2,000 people attended a special town meeting. The majority voted in favor of a police audit. In the annual 2023 annual town report, Chief Rafferty applauds the
I
fact
can't
an audit
see
will
that.
happen this year. That being said, pictures were released of vote no signs within the police station. That is violating all of the Canton Police Department contracts, which is grounds for termination. They cannot engage in political activity.
That's true.
Again, for these reasons, I'm voting in favor of not renewing the contract. We can hire an acting chief. We can find a strong leader and problem solver from outside of town. This has happened in many communities in our state, from Stoughton, Sharon, Foxborough, Braintree, Kingston, and Edgartown, to name a few. And finally, as Chief Donna McNamara from Stoughton said, I came into my job after our chief and deputy chief were indicted. Way worse what we have thrown on. And we were divided as a community. It took time, but we are largely back together.
I would love to hear where everybody is finding me. Please let me know. Is it Discord? Is it YouTube? Twitter? X?
Thank you,
Twitch?
Ms. Boyden. We are not taking public input on this
What?
particular topic.
Why
Like I
not?
mentioned, We have received hundreds of emails regarding this. The select board is perfectly within its right to
Now, be careful.
make this appointment or not make this appointment. So we are not looking for additional input from the public at this time. Yep, that's fine. Mr. McCourt?
Hit it, stop it.
Folks, settle down or I'm going to ask you to leave. Mr. White, settle down or I'm going to ask you to leave. Mr.
Under
White.
the same name, otherwise I catch you on. I have my own
Mr.
channel
Colburn?
on RA.
Nope, I am not. In fact, I told you the exact opposite of that.
I would love to connect
All right.
with other YouTubers.
Folks,
Close this meeting.
calm down. Please make the motion.
Hold on.
Mr. Delgado, you're being disrespectful. This is the meeting. He asked to
You gotta shut this down. Shut the meeting down.
leave. Mr. Delgado, I'm giving one chance. Okay, can you please ask him to leave? Ms. Lombardi. Mr. Delgado, you're asked to leave. Nope.
Whoa, we just went to fire.
We've heard your opinions. We're well aware. Yeah, I have not called you that, sir. All right. Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
I never said that.
All right, but that's bad for black
Lombardi,
people.
no, we are not seeking public input. I apologize. All right. Mr. McCourt.
Mr. Chairman, I move the board approve a one-year personal contract for the police chief.
All right, I second that motion. The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstain? The vote passes 3-1-1. Next item.
What? They voted them in
3-1-1.
anyway?
All right, next line
Next
item.
on the agenda is
I
to
voted for the
consider.
renewal for 1 year.
Next,
Already voted.
So Mr. Conley, myself, and Mr. McCourt voted in favor. It's not necessary.
Yes. Yes.
So the vote was made in a public meeting. It is public who voted, public who abstained. I don't see the point in it. The roll call vote is not necessary for this, ma'am. Okay. All right, I did. Thank you.
next on the agenda, I consider the approval of the appointment of utilities maintenance technician Phil Panico.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Stop. Please stop.
Shut this down. Y'all, they are going to shut this down.
Mr. White, I'm going to ask you to leave too.
Get him out. Get him out.
Correct, Mr. Colburn. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Colburn.
Get out.
They turned off her mic. Her mic is turned off and she doesn't know it.
Next on the agenda.
Wow.
Next on the agenda, Mr. Albert.
We've had some spicy stuff, but not like this.
Thank you, Ms. Lombardi. Thank you. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, to consider the approval of.
Thank you, Mr. Colburn. Thank you, Mr. Colburn. Please step out.
I am not responsible for any language said here, and thank God I'm not
Agenda, consider the approval
I
of
want
appointment of
but
part-time
not
animal
now.
control officer Joseph Nee.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye, 5-0.
They're
Next
doing
on
it.
the agenda, to consider the approval appointment of seasonal help at Parks and Recreation, Maya McCruz, John Lee Similian, and Tara Yakabuchi.
Y'all,
Motion has been
yeah,
made
they can
and
keep this
seconded.
up.
All those
This
in
is
favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Next on the agenda
I'm gonna need
is the
22
vendor
people,
warrant total
100
for the
watching,
week of
y'all. Share.
June 14, 2024, $2,976,000 $859.96. Next is the payroll warrant for the week of June 14, 2024, $1,781,835.06.
Come on, y'all. Share this so
Next
I
is the
can
vendor
get up
warrant
to my
total for the
100
week of
live viewers.
6/21/24,
On YouTube.
$1,973,202.45. Next is the payroll
I'm at
warrant
192 total
total for the
stream
week
between
of June
Twitter, X,
21st,
and YouTube.
2024.
Thank you guys so much.
$311,480.60.
Y'all are awesome. Yeah, we don't
Thank
want
you,
that,
Ms. Rowley.
guys. This is not.
So, next on the agenda is the speed hump policy, and I apologize to the board,
Speed
but I'd like
hump
to push this.
should be bump.
I know, I apologize, but some questions came up from members of the board. I need to ask DPW, and one of them was not in the office, so we will take it up at the next select board meeting. I apologize.
All right, so next on the agenda is the town administrator update. Mr. Duty?
Yes, just a couple of things, Mr. Chairman. Just grab my stuff here. First, just a reminder to folks that the annual July 4th fireworks display is scheduled, but it's not on July 4th. It's scheduled for June 30th. It's going to be gates open at 6.
This Sunday. Yes.
Why would you
June
have it
30th,
on the
this Sunday,
30th instead of on
at
the
Irish
4th
Cultural
of July?
Center,
Oh,
200
we have
Boston
ours on
Drive.
the 4th.
Gates open at 6:30. There'll be inflatables, face painting, live music, and then the fireworks display is scheduled to go
I
off at
doubt
9
it.
p.m. All are invited to attend. It's
Since
free
they
to the
come,
public.
you're okay.
And then just one more item here. The Billy Armando Memorial Golf Tournament is scheduled for October 15th, 2024. It's at the Brook Meadow Country Club in Canton. And if
I'll
folks
keep
are
watching. There
interested
may
in
be some
participating,
stuff
they can
that
get in
pop
touch
up
with the
afterwards.
Department
We will be definitely
Recreation, and
searching.
they
Mod,
provide you with the
do me a
location.
favor and see if you can find any feeds that are
Different than the Parks and
outside
Rec
of
golf
this
tournament?
where everybody went while
Right,
we
it's two
continue.
separate tournaments, because Parks and Rec, I think, is at Blue Hills. so-
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
All
All right, so next is the next select board meeting will be on Tuesday, July 9th, 2024, 7 p.m., Sala Meeting Room, Memorial Hall, 801 Washington Street.
All right. I have a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
24.
Motion
Wow,
has
that
been
was
made and
quick.
seconded.
You lived.
All those
Nobody
in
got
favor of
hurt.
Ending the meeting at 8:24.
Aye.
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 5-0.
No, absolutely not. Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Whoa. What about that, y'all? What in the Sam blasted bleep is going on? I have never ever seen anything like that. Awesome. Yeah, they better. They're going to probably have to have police escort to their vehicles, and that's a shame. I mean, we really don't want any bad stuff, but let's see who's live. I'm really wanting to find if we can. I really want to find if we can any connections to this meeting outside after the meeting is over. I'm sure there's stuff going on, but I just don't know when, what, where. So I am trying to look. Mods, if you can look, that would be fabulous. Work as a team. Let me go to subscriptions. Wow, y'all. That is insane. Absolutely insane. I am looking right now. I don't know if I can share his live. Can I? Am I permitted to share his live? He goes live at 8 o'clock. I'm looking on his page. I don't see anything. Let's go to X. I'm not seeing. Good night, everybody who's leaving. Those who are staying, thank you so much. those who were leaving. Oh, yeah, we got this. A picture of him holding the sign, Jill D, touch me. I guess I can share this way. Give me a second. I do want to share this, and I hope he begs me forgiveness. I'm just trying to support him at the stage. There he is, all in his glory. That is awesome. I love that one. I really loved that. That was awesome. That was freaking awesome. And guys, did we do it? Did we do it? I have hit, yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. Please come join me tomorrow. We will be live at 8:00. I'm not leaving just yet. I'm just letting everybody know. I'll set up that live when we get off of this particular stream. What I'm going to do is probably just go back and watch some of the fun moments, just kind of hit some different things, and try and figure things out. Oh, if anybody is in that area, he is needing seat sitters for tonight. I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that was cool, y'all. Yeah, thought that was cool. Yepper. So let's do this. I don't want to share everything of his. This meeting was insane. I mean, I understand they have things that they have to do, but to set aside only, I'm talking loud again, I feel it. Set aside only, well, if he hops on, before I get off, I'll share his. Please don't forget to like and subscribe, please, guys. I appreciate you. We still have a lot of people who are hopped on here. Twitter, oh my gosh, we've got 108 of you here. YouTube, oh my gosh, we have 67 of you here. I really appreciate everybody and what you're doing. I really appreciate the love and the kindness. So y'all, you're awesome. Exactly. But we also have to remember that a gentleman lost his life. An honorable gentleman lost his life. Yes. Thank you for subbing, Lucy in the Sky. Oh my gosh, thank you. Nice to meet you. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. I am really hoping the next trial that I will be able to open it up to the deaf community. I finally got all my equipment. I don't understand why this isn't holding charge. I have to check that out. But I finally got everything set up. This was my dry run trial. So I'm looking forward to Jill Kennedy. Oh, thank you. Yes, NR. Oh, thank you. True. But everybody, thank you so much for watching. I mean, it's amazing. Welcome to the newcomers, Taboo. Thank you. I really hope, I know that there are people that come here, Sensei. Come on, up. Come in, up. This is my service dog, Sensei. Oh, down. Good girl, place. Down. Thank you. I have been working very hard to open this format up to the deaf community because they do not. Oh God, we only need 8 more subs. Come on. I will be tomorrow. I will post the winner. Not this one. This is already taken, but a Starbucks tumbler. We get it. I will post the winner tomorrow. You have to come and see. Tomorrow. We love you. Tomorrow. You're only a click away. Oh, it's 130 subscribers. 230 is what I have. Where did you see 250? Where'd you see that? I don't know. But I am so blessed to have all of you on here. This meeting tonight was actually insane. I understand they have an agenda. I understand they have things they got to take care of. But at the same time, you do have to listen to your constituents. And yeah, I agree. I came into this, oh, maybe. I came into this, oh, finally! Oh my God! I thought I said 250. Oh, I'll give 2 away. I'll give the big one away tomorrow. Who cares? I'll give the big one away. Tomorrow we'll do the big one. I absolutely think that they needed to listen to the people that put them there. And when you are, yes, I'm going to try and hang out. Oh, thank you. Everybody who subs will be in a drawing for one of these. Isn't it great? So, but the thing for me with this is that I struggle. Hi, Brittany. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, everybody, thank you. Let's see what the number is. One more. We need one more. I'll keep. I'm guys. Come on, keep it up. But oh, did you just sub? Did you just sub? Did you just sub? You did. We need one more subscriber to hit 250 tonight. Y'all, this is amazing. I just, other than the day when oh, thank you. When I started this, I did not start this knowing that this is what I would turn into do. And I wanted just to provide information to the deaf community that does not have that access. And I am a court junkie. I wanted to call my peeps court junkie, but a lot of people are kind of with the junkie. So we were looking at paralegal. No, I can't remember. Oh, did we hit 251? We're going to give it away tomorrow. Woohoo! Oh my gosh, y'all are awesome. Ah! Yay! Yay! Sorry, plug your ears. I am loud right now. So the thing for me with this whole thing is that they could have allotted a whole lot more time for the people to talk and listen. If they just shut up and let people share and listen and give enough time for some of that, it would calm down the situation a little bit. But it really is frustrating that they are just tolerating their citizens and not listening. One thing I really hope the people can't remember, if they don't like the board, the easiest way to get rid of them is to vote them out. And then you can't do that if you run unopposed. If you want to change, be changed. I agree. Thank you, everybody. You are awesome. It is hard to change. I mean, every little town, our town is the same size as Canton in number. We're a little bit bigger in actually land mass, but a little, not much. They do need to take their voice back. Everybody should. Vote, vote, vote. You got it. That's exactly what they need to do. So, I am going back to what I was saying, that I will be definitely working on getting the sign language up to par. Okay, thank you. And I look forward. I'll grab it in just a second. Yes, please. Let me go to my Discord and grab it. I have had to learn so much, y'all. Oh, I am sorry, CG and Tex. I just saw it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. Okay. Let me get to my Discord. I apologize. I see a picture. I don't see the video. Let me see. I'm pulling it up. Yes. Let me share this. Let me turn on the volume. I think what's going on tonight, guys, is I don't have my regular hearing aids in. I couldn't get them to connect for whatever reason. And so
In the town of Canton for site design number Proposed Eighth Amendment to the development agreement between Canton Holdings and the town of Canton for 12 new townhouses on Lot 10 on Naponton Street and small parking lot proposed by the town of Canton to be constructed by Canton Holdings, separate and distinct at 25 to 27 Naponton Street near Washington Street. So I have to
Thank
read
you,
the
Ms.
legal notice
Kilburn.
in the town of Canton for site design, number of buildings, and unit count. In addition, a proposed Eighth Amendment to the development agreement between Canton Holdings and the town.
Okay. Y'all, I do apologize if I'm loud. I normally have a Bluetooth to my hearing aids, but I think the batteries are just weak enough to where it wouldn't connect. And my in the inner ears are a little different, so I can't hear my voice. I can't hear myself. Just patience. I'm learning. I think isn't she the one that's in charge of the thing with I'm looking out of it, Karen Reed. Mhm. Mhm. So I think that the biggest thing is that number how many of y'all, if not, I'll play it. How many of you guys saw the attack? I mean, it was an assault, but he did not get physically harmed. Um, how many of y'all saw that last night or would want me to play it? Because that I will play. I will play that. Um, yes, exactly. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. So we are at the point with where I am trying to get to 2 hours and I can speak a little more freely. You know how that goes? Yeah. Show it again. Oh, definitely. Let me go grab it. But in the meantime, um but the thing for me is in all this is that I am ashamed. It is absolutely a shaming. Um that this happened, that they could not go out in public. I'm going to show this video here. Let me go live. Oh, I got to get it to share. Um, come on. Let me get it up. Uh, share. Okay, first of all, I know most of y'all have seen this, but I just want to set it up. For someone to not be able to go out and eat dinner, it doesn't matter who you are. You have a right to walk down a street. You have a right to go eat dinner. It doesn't matter if person B has a restraining order on person A. Person B is also responsible to kind of keep a distance themselves. So when you look at the video, at the very beginning of it, there's nobody outside on the sidewalk. There's nobody sitting there. There's not a herd of people. It was just empty. When they come out, it's full of people and not the right people. And there was a person inside, and I think it was Julie McCabe, Julie Nichols, excuse me, who was in there with her phone filming them eating. And that's what I think got all this started. So let me see the comments real quick. That is uncalled for. You cannot punish a man for being honest. It's difficult to get on the boards, but it's even harder to get it off. I'm playing, it's about 18, 19, it's just shy of 20 minutes. Well, there was a comment, and in another post that I watched, that he was told by his boss at the snowplow company that if you say anything, you will lose your job. Guess what? That company is owned by a police officer. So, yes, that is so true. That company was owned by a police officer. So, that doesn't surprise me. So, I have it. Let me get it on stage. Let me clean this up a little bit, y'all. Okay. We're going to make it. Nope, can't do that. It makes it. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Okay, let's play.
Really, dude? Come on. What's up, man? Really?
The volume's going to be different. You may need to adjust yours.
What? I can't just go get food at my dad's store. We're just going to see.
dinner.
We're going to see if McCarthy's. What's the big deal? Oh, God.
Watch. Nobody is outside. Nobody is outside. That right there is that's Colin Alberts.
Chill out, bro. You just touch her, bro? You just touch her?
A little fucking soft.
She doesn't want you to touch her.
That's physical assault.
What's wrong with you?
We had a nice conversation. I just
Why are you touching her?
I don't know why I'm talking to her.
You just touched her, bro.
Ask her why she's with a fucking loser like you.
Why are you touching her?
She's not a loser.
Touch
She's
like
a good
that?
person.
Yeah,
Ask her
I don't
why
think it's
she's
such a loser.
fucking hooking up with like a loser
Look
like
at my
you.
brother like that. Get the fuck out of here.
What?
Leave. You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the fuck out of here. Leave. Fucking loser.
Ryan
guy.
Albert Jr.
You're a loser guy. You and all your fans are big fucking losers. Guy's a fucking loser. Loves the town of Canton so much he has to come hang out here. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking loser. You're a loser. You loser. Keep going. Have fun. Have another beer in there. You go home.
What are you
fucking
doing?
jerk off to the videos. You're obsessed with us.
What do you mean? Got rid of that?
You're obsessed. It's fucking loser. You're a loser too, by the way. I'm sorry. You're beautiful, but you're a fucking loser. You're not as big a loser as this fucking.
Yes.
I wonder if he's gonna beat you too, like the other one. He'll be in jail if he beats you like the other one. That baby won't have a dad. All the
Baby won't have a
Camera on
dad.
your phone. Look at this. Look. Look. All the time. You fucking loser. You're gonna be a fucking loser too. That's gonna stink. That baby won't have a dad. All the time. You have your fucking camera on your phone. Look at this. Look. Look.
Wow, we were just trying to leave and go to our car, and they're all coming up to us. Well, wait. Oh my god.
You fucking
Oh
maggot.
my god.
You're a fucking maggot. Put down on your fucking
Oh shit. Oh, we have all of this on for the blog.
Right. Underage drunk minors.
Let's see what happens. We got that
Oh
on
my
video,
god.
right?
He just not.
We got that on video, right? We got that on video, Jimmy.
Thank you.
That's
What's that
right.
in case we need another witness to this?
Smart, Jimmy boy.
Okay. Oh my god.
Down, young man.
Just like,
Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get Kevin on the line. We'll see what happens. Canton Police Department.
Yeah, you make fun of everyone for calling
The tough guy crew.
Oh,
I am.
this was actual assault.
You getting this off?
Okay.
They seem really intimidated. They seem really intimidated.
That daddy's gonna be in jail when
They
that baby
seem
comes
really
out. You're a
intimidated.
pedophile, dude, and you beat women. What do you beat women, dude?
Meredith, what are you doing with a guy like this?
Did you?
Huh?
You're a pedophile.
What are you doing with like an asshole like this?
He actually was just standing out here.
Beautiful girl. What are you doing?
Are you molested your own
You just touch her, bro?
Seriously.
What do you see?
You just touch her?
Maybe a little fucking.
Okay, so this is his girlfriend's phone. This is her angle. He's
We
showing
had a nice
both angles.
conversation. I just introduced myself to him. I don't know why everybody has to be so
You just
like.
touched her, bro.
Ask her why she's with a fucking loser like you.
Why are you touching her?
He's not a
Little
loser.
touch
He's a
like
good
that.
person. And
Ask her why she's
Can you just post the link in the comments, please?
Get the fuck out of here. Leave. You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking loser.
now that he was assaulted, we have to wait for.
Let's go. Let's go.
I actually had a really nice conversation with him. He's nice.
Guy's a fucking
Yes,
loser.
she is.
Loves the town of Canton
She's
so
sitting
much,
on
he has
the
to come hang
bench.
out here. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking loser. Loser. You loser. Have fun. Have another beer in there, too.
What do you
fucking
without
jerk
that?
off to the videos. You're obsessed with us.
What do you mean got rid of that?
You're obsessed. It's fucking loser. You're a loser too, by the way. I'm sorry. You're beautiful, but you're a fucking loser.
I'm actually
Not
not.
as big a loser as this fucking.
Put down
idiot.
the phone though and have a conversation.
Hold on.
Yeah, nothing without your cell phone.
We just wanted
Haven't
to.
said a word without your phone.
Take a walk down here. Take a 10-foot walk down here, buddy. Take a little
I
walk.
thought you guys were
Take a little
intimidated.
walk. You got balls, right?
Please,
Little
okay.
fucking 5'9" man. You got balls. Take a walk. Come walk.
Really happening.
Well, they're intimidated by me. I don't want them to be scared.
You know that you have balls.
Well, they're not intimidated? Well, then why
Don't you look intimidated?
I've heard nothing about that.
Put your face in front of me.
Yeah, can you imagine if John O'Keefe had to deal with
Put
these
your phone down.
people?
You're a big fucking man.
You will not. You absolutely will not, Jimmy. You absolutely will
in
not.
front of his hand so I get a better view of it this time I'm doing it.
See, they
I'll go
can't get
wherever I
through to their car.
Wherever I please.
We were just trying to leave
Their
here,
car,
and,
they
like,
have to get to
we
the
got
car. They got to
we literally
walk
got
through that
assaulted by
mess.
Jim Ferris.
How far along are you?
It's not worth it, Meredith.
You gotta be another girl. It ain't worth it. You gotta be
Let's just go
It ain't
out.
worth it. I'm gonna talk to your parents though, because you're fucking dumb as shit. How's that nutty bin you've been in? Huh? How's that nutty bin? Wow.
Better than
He
the
should have
jail
caught
you
a
were in
charge.
for killing
He
a man in
should have.
1994.
Oh, what a
Yeah.
cheap fucking hit.
All right.
How'd you pay your tax bill?
Doesn't she? I know.
All right, so
I don't have a million small claims like you.
You talked all that shit about me. So put down your phone and have a conversation.
who are you?
Who am I? You know who the fuck I am. Look
Listen.
at my fucking
Who
face.
am I?
Wait,
Who are you?
watch this.
Who are you?
What? I think
Okay, we just hit
he's
2
older,
minutes.
Chris Elmer
Who's
Jr.
that?
I think, right?
Oh, Albert Jr.? Oh, gotcha. I think the mustache. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really
Take a walk.
intimidated.
Take a 5-step walk.
And do what? I don't want to.
They can't walk through there because
I don't want to
people.
intimidate.
They have to
I'm
wait
not
for the police.
pregnant,
I
but
don't want to scare you guys.
Puss, take a
I
little
don't want
walk.
to scare you guys. I know you guys are really scared of me. I don't want to scare anybody.
See how
We're
scared
doing
we
this
are.
for
Take a
our own
walk.
protection.
Take a walk.
We
How
don't, we
scared
don't
we
want
are.
to be anyone. We don't want to scare you guys.
did you call the police?
Oh, not yet.
I mean, we were.
But
should we just?
no. We're gonna call the police. So you guys just got here. We got it all on film. I was just assaulted by Jim Ferris. He assaulted me. We got it all on video. And now the McAlberts are down here telling me they're gonna kick my ass or something like that, harassing me.
Really? What about
calling me a pussy.
You're drinking with the kid?
We'll see. There's Colin's talking. I'm glad he's not intimidated.
Calling me pregnant.
I'm glad he's not intimidated at least. So yeah, we got there.
You betcha. I wonder if they're going to get his case dismissed.
Yes, he was. Yes, he
Because
was.
you know what? This
And I
is
didn't
proof
say
that
shit.
who's
I'm not
intimidating
protesting.
who.
I'm just trying to eat a meal.
You already initiated
We are
contact.
just trying to.
Yeah,
we
you
just
ran
went
up
in
to
here.
us when we were
We
trying to
went
leave
in
dinner.
here to see if McCarthy.
See,
We
they
were
can't
walking on the
leave.
sidewalk and you ran up to us.
They have to walk right through here to get to their car. They're not going to walk through. They tried to get him to.
Video. You guys who claim to be so scared.
Did you pay the pepperoni
We're just
man
trying to
lately?
eat.
No, because he's
We're
still
just
got
trying
small
to eat.
claims.
We're just trying to eat a meal of food.
Wait them any
We're
longer.
just
Don't try
trying
to
to
kill
eat a
yourself.
meal of
How are
food.
the roids, Colin? I know your roid rage is getting.
Can you believe this is happening, dude? What are they like? This is wild. These guys, they prove me right every single time. Every
You
time,
lost the
baby.
case.
Every time.
Case is
I
lost.
hope
You
you're ready to
fucking
hear the word
loser.
not guilty,
Get
right?
the fuck out of
Get
here,
ready
you
for the
piece
word
of shit.
not
You're a
guilty.
fucking
Not
bum.
guilty.
Get the fuck
Not
out of here.
guilty. Not guilty. Get used to those words. You're gonna hear it this week. Not guilty. 3 times you're gonna hear that shit. Not guilty. Not guilty. Get ready. Get ready. It's coming. So anyway.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah. What they're really trying to do is get Turtle Boy to get in an altercation to then he goes to jail.
Yeah, they called the cops, I guess. We got it all on video. We got assaulted. I got assaulted by Jim Ferris. He came up and assaulted me on video. He smelled like shit too. He smells exactly what you would imagine he smells like. So
I'm glad I haven't taken a sip. That would have gone all over the monitor.
Nice
We're
meal
just
of
trying to
food.
walk out on a sidewalk.
I come outside.
I think the fans wanting pictures triggered
What's
them.
up? It's just the McAlberts being assholes again. That's what they do. We're just trying to eat food. I just wanted to eat a
I'm
meal
now
of
hearing,
food.
you
In
can't
peace.
hear
It was
everything the
lovely.
first time you
It
watch
was really good. I really liked
Holy
the dinner here.
crap.
I heard the food was good at CF McCarthy, so I wanted to eat the food. I'm not bothering anyone.
I
So
did
am
too.
doing this for my own protection. My own protection. Own protection.
He
That's
had
what I'm
none.
doing. So that's it. So I don't want to scare them because these are the people
Amen,
that claim they're
babe.
intimidated
Babe.
by me. We're
Yeah.
out here harassing me,
Amen.
just assaulted me. These people claim they're so scared and they're so intimidated by little old me. Little old me. No, nobody's afraid. That's not what they told the police. That's not what they told the police.
That's a good thought for Tim.
So I mean, that's good. I'm glad you said that though. I'm glad you said that no one's scared. My lawyer's
that's
gonna love that
common.
one. My lawyer's gonna love
It
that
gets
one.
better.
So why would we have a conversation with you?
Assaulted me.
Really?
Yeah, assaulted. Yeah, when you hit
Oh,
I know, I'm so
please.
little,
I'll give
bro.
2
I'm so
tumblers
little.
away if we get
I'm
the
so
3.
little. I know.
He can
I
be a
know.
witness to the
I'm so
assault
little.
now.
I know. I get it. I know. Well, I feel like I'm something. I feel like I'm something because you guys know
Tomorrow
who I am.
online.
You guys know who I am. I'm a pedophile. Okay. Okay. Sure thing.
Thanks, Kelly.
So they seem really scared.
I know, but this guy isn't worth it. He's a piece of shit. Let's just
Yeah,
Oh, but it was worth it to come and yell at
Welcome.
I mean, we were just minding our own.
So he's done banging her, then he gets another one, and then
So
he
we
gets
were just
another
trying to
one.
mind our own business.
Why you take a picture of him? How many girlfriends other than you?
Take a picture of who?
Just like this. You're gonna reenact?
Oh, I took a picture. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So why'd you do that? You instigated it. You
Taking
think we
pictures
would have been?
instigated?
Oh, Jill was a pit bull on raw meat,
That's my
man.
little brother.
So
I was like,
so what?
Be here, though.
So
Yeah.
what did I do? He came
We were
up.
walking on a sidewalk. We're allowed to walk on a
Parked right
sidewalk.
there, your fucking shitty Lexus that you got paid for.
Okay, I got to turn my ears down. This is loud. I'm not understanding.
In 2 seconds.
Justice
I would
for
tap
Peter
your
Berger.
face Up and down the sidewalk in 2 seconds.
You'll beat my face.
So good.
I wouldn't. I could.
You
I
could,
I
yeah. You
wouldn't.
seem
I
really
wouldn't.
intimidated. You seem really
Hey,
intimidated.
Heather,
I'm glad
thanks
you
for
said that on
joining.
film. I'm glad you said that on film.
I know, right?
Oh, really?
Oh, good one.
This is our councilman. This is their selection right here.
Look at these
This
animals.
is the guy that's on TV in the suit and tie tonight. Chris McGee Albert. Woohoo, you did a great job, dude.
I'm actually with somebody, and I'll still be there.
I'm surprised you had the balls to walk into the door of the meeting tonight.
I know, Under Armour, it's gay as shit. I know. It's gay. I'm so gay.
Actually,
I'm nothing.
I don't think I'm involved.
For what kid? I don't know, Colin. I feel like
No,
I
it
feel
is
about-
so
I'm
bad.
a little more worried about jail if I was you, son. I don't know. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm going to be good. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Share it, you guys.
I thought you were
Share.
intimidated. I'm just trying to eat dinner, bro. I'm just trying to eat dinner. I come out here, there's a goon. When you got assaulted by your goons.
Well,
Can please now? We're going on 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
I have to say that her boy is not standing down. He is a little bit egging on by his comments. However, they can't get through that mob safely. They don't trust that they can. So
I'm allowed to do whatever.
he's kind of stuck there.
I'm in America.
Yeah, we're just trying to. I just came out of.
on the sidewalk?
I just got dinner and I
You
came
got it.
outside and
Hi,
I got assaulted
Steve.
by Jim Farris.
Steve.
It was bizarre.
Dude,
It was
Read it.
bizarre.
I'm getting new glasses tomorrow.
She looks awful, like, lousy. We're gonna send her back.
Oh, I know, right? It's such a manly thing to do.
Another one pregnant.
Who's the FBI
Another woman
investigating?
beat, another one pregnant. Show her.
Yeah.
Drinking with a baby too while you're pregnant. It's not a good.
I'm not
that's a good-
pregnant, but unfortunately for your friend Lindsay, we would actually have a baby. We wouldn't get an abortion because she's trash.
Did you
We'd
hear
actually talk about it.
My eyes just got all around.
Okay.
Crazy town.
Yeah.
Crazy town.
These are the victims. Yeah.
To address
Yeah, that kid's going to end up in jail.
So you come to my place of business now. You're harassing us again.
No, we
Yeah,
don't.
that kid is definitely going to end up in jail. I'm going to move
Nobody
me up.
wants to come to your place
Oh,
of business
didn't
ever.
mean to do that.
We went to
Sorry.
CF McCarthy.
Go back
Let's
to
get
this.
it straight.
We got real food. We're good. We got some real food.
Just like nobody else is coming to your business.
So we are down here, guys, and I don't know. We just went and we just again.
Yeah,
We're
just
just getting here.
regurgitate the same exact thing.
I'll
Like,
explain what I was
look
doing
at the
later.
DNA reviews
but
even before
basically,
2023. They're all bad because it's
We're hungry.
Oh, y'all are horrible.
And then
I love it.
on my way in, I didn't. Colin Albert's there, right? He says something to me. I took a picture of my.
We
way
hit
in,
115
and he goes,
watching
not even
on live
34.
on YouTube. Thank you so much. I am so
Everybody in
excited.
there, we had a
Y'all
great
are
time.
fun.
And then that happened. And then after I dumped that girl, I went with the next girl, and then the next girl, and then the next girl. And then I had another turtle rider come by and grab my stuff. So then she's next. You know that you're just the.
How's
you're
Officer
the
Wade?
beginning of the
How's
whole,
Officer
like,
Wade?
Why do you think the whole
How's Officer Wade? How's Officer Wade?
get me to 300 subscribes, I'm giving away 2
He's
Starbucks
supposed to be a representative of
Tumblr.
this town. That's the chairman of the board of selectmen right there. He's not a chairman. Or whatever he is. He's on the board of
They're
selectmen.
not from Canton, so they're
You
not
got that
allowed
right.
in the street.
I am a resident of Canton. This guy.
You just said we're not from Canton, so we're not allowed to be here.
You are supposed to be representing. So I guess this is what happened. I literally got assaulted.
I haven't said a word for 2.5 years.
Okay, they're not
You
coming
said
to
plenty of words
your
in 2.5 years.
Did you get a chance to call?
Thanks for joining me, Boone and Rambo and David. Esther, oh my God. Thank you.
I did. It was pretty fun.
Thank you guys.
I didn't kill anyone.
Like,
I didn't
comment,
kill anyone
subscribe.
Justice
Giving
for
away
everyone.
these tomorrow. When we hit 300, I'll give away 2.
Get off the damn board. No, I'm talking about get off the damn board.
Oh God, here we go.
Oh,
Step down, Chris.
You too.
Step down.
Step down.
Get off the
well,
board.
thank you, Roberta. Thank you for coming from Canada. Welcome. I'm from Texas.
Woman.
You're not a woman. You look like a dude.
You shouldn't talk on her looks when you look like you do.
Really?
I know.
No, because I want it all documented. Because when they try to put
She has every right to do that.
I want to be fucking
I know.
covered.
This
You
is
think
going
I
to
give
get
a
better,
shit?
y'all. Share.
What did I do wrong? I
Please
fucking live in
subscribe
this
and
town,
like.
and they're
We
a
don't
fucking
need to,
disgrace.
don't even get into it. Don't even get into it.
Yes, she did.
How has this been going on 15 minutes now and no police still with the scene?
I know, I can call them.
We are filming for
Okay. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Are y'all ready?
There it is. Look
You are a fucking prick.
Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of your shit.
Oh my God. Wow.
You're in Rome, Italy. Oh, thank you for joining.
You're a prick.
Can I have my phone
No,
back, please?
how's your kids? How's
Stole
your
my
kids?
phone.
They must be so proud of their dad.
That's assault, Joe.
Give me that phone.
Give him his phone back.
Fuck off, Big Bird.
Give him his phone back.
Big Bird. You
I'm gonna need my
look
phone
20 years
back,
older
Joe.
than me. You look fatter than me.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Nobody cares.
I got the money.
Give him his phone. Just hand it over.
Where's your top lip?
I'm gonna need my
Where's your
phone back,
top lip? And
Well,
no, I'm
Jill,
sorry.
can I
Did
have
you
my
go
phone back,
loopy?
please?
Did you go crazy?
Jill, can I please
Did
have
you
my
shut the
phone back?
fuck up? No
Give
one
him his
asked you.
phone. Give him his phone. You have his property. That's
Can I have my
enough.
phone back, please,
Give
Jill?
him his phone.
Go ahead and touch it.
Give him his phone.
Give my phone back, Joe.
Jill,
Don't do it.
You
I need
can't
my
steal
phone
his
back.
phone. Are you
I
kidding
need
me?
my phone back.
There you go.
Okay.
Holy shit. Is that
Okay,
really this
so
happened? Is this real life? Your kids.
That phone was knocked out of his hand earlier, and it flew into the street, and then she dropped it on the floor, and it didn't break. How? Oh my God.
Boyfriend, because this prick is going to jail.
I mean, I'll be with my boyfriend longer than you will. You're just gonna die.
Okay, don't even worry about it.
This can be at any
You are,
country,
I'm a psycho.
honestly.
Just let her
Didn't you
talk.
go
Just let her
nuts?
talk.
Didn't
You're
you
the
go
one
Just let
yelling
her
right
talk.
now.
Just let her talk.
You're the one yelling right
Just
now.
let her talk.
Guess
Don't
what?
even talk
He's
back.
cheating on
Don't
you.
even talk back.
He's
Don't
cheating
even
on
talk
you.
back.
What the fuck you
Don't
doing?
even talk back. Who are you yelling at?
Who are you? Like, look at you. How many times you got punched in the nose? What are your teeth? You make fun of my teeth? Yours is
It's mostly your skin. Okay.
my skin. I have wrinkles. I don't care. Guess what? I stick up my female. How many siblings do you have? Has anyone stuck up to you? No, they don't like you. They don't like you.
You say so.
You guys can all tape me. Like, why are you taping me?
I can't imagine why.
You're running up and assaulting people.
I'm so sick of you
Your
harassing
behavior
my
is wrong.
family.
No one's harassing anyone. I'm just trying to eat dinner.
Why are you here? You don't
I'm
live here.
hungry. They serve food in
17
here.
Why are
minutes.
you
No.
here? Because I want food.
Okay, Rambo.
No, I can't eat food. Well, why don't you just leave everyone alone?
I am. I'm just trying to eat
Why are
food.
you out here? I'm just I got assaulted by Jim Ferris. Go walk it out. People ask me, I like your first Dixie, but
Jim Ferris comes
let's
up to
be
me
human
and
though.
assaults
Let's
me.
be a person to person. Why are you so involved?
Yo, now
Why
you
are
know
you so
how.
involved in my family's life? Why don't you fight your own business? No, they did
Yes,
not.
I did.
Were you
They
there?
obviously killed John O'Keefe.
No, they did not.
I was not there, but Colin was. I did not kill John
Colin was
Are you
not there.
Like,
Who?
This is horrible, y'all.
I saw it. I took his phone.
That's why Ryan.
Here come the police.
Finally,
Y'all, this
17
is
minutes later,
horrible. I
guys.
mean,
Like, that's why he
I don't advocate
You
this.
didn't know John. Why do
You
you
got that on
care?
video, right? Okay.
Wait, what? What? You know what? You can take me all you want. I don't care.
No, we're
I'll
not
stick
gonna
up
tell
for
you.
my
I'm just gonna
family.
stop what happened.
I don't want to stop you. You got it.
I don't want to stop it. You're a fucking dick. Go fucking go away.
Why are you here?
She stole my camera. She drove up here, jumped out, and stole my camera.
Don't you live in South
We got it on video. We got it all on video.
Yeah, I grabbed your phone.
Come visit Brittany tomorrow. I'll be live at 8 a.m. Please hop on. I'd appreciate
Mind your own
it.
business. Came outside.
Until then, have a blessed night.
And
Sleep
these guys are
well.
all sitting right here.
Thank you for joining.
And a guy by
That's
the name
all of you.
Yeah. There's a guy named Jim Farris who worked up there.
No, why are they afraid? Any reason why they're not? I wonder.
Come to nothing. No one still tries to do that.
By the way, this gentleman right here that's in the screen, the police officer, he's a newbie on the force. He hasn't been influenced yet.
That happened about 18 minutes ago.
They called 18 minutes ago.
Because I'm filming now too. And show them the
I don't trust not filming
We
like
got-
at this point.
well,
After
how are we
every,
going to show them the video then?
you have it right of Jill and
No,
Jim
he's
Ferris.
getting hit by Ferris.
Fine.
I'm still filming. Don't worry about it. Don't
I
worry
can
about
go on to your live.
Wow. I mean, whoa. Y'all. I just, sorry. I was speechless the first time I saw that. This is the second. I am. Yeah, he hadn't been influenced yet. I get it, but do you know what, guys? Not every cop's a bad cop. Not every cop will be corrupt. Not every cop will do what the bad people say to do. Usually, that doesn't bode well for them. But that said, it is a sad situation. And once again, we're here because a man lost his life. I know this is somewhat entertaining, and it is fun to sit there and watch fools make bigger fools or asses of themselves. But, which she did not have one. Oh my gosh, we are 28 subscribers away from 300. Okay, guys, come on, please. Help me out. Get this girl to 300. So, is there another video we can play, y'all? Is it 8 o'clock? Oh, it's 8:04. Let me see if Turtle Boy is on. Would he be upset if I shared his? Oh, he's not there. We're waiting. There's a lot of waiting. Let me see. I think I got him. Let me put him over here. I think he's just now hopping on. StreamYard. How do I put my live count up? I don't know how to do that. Thank you for subscribing from Canada. I think 2 people from China. I know. I'm going to put him on. I hope he doesn't get mad. I hope I don't get in trouble.
Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it. Tick, tick, boom. You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
Okay. We're still. TB, I'm sharing. Please be kind and do not get mad.
What's up, turtle people? How's everyone doing out there tonight? Get this out of the
Y'all,
way.
please, I would love to get to 300
All right,
tonight.
cool.
Ah,
Sorry,
tomorrow
guys.
would be
One of my
awesome.
lights broke, so there's a little glare
Thank
here.
you so
We'll get over
much.
it, but how's everybody doing out there? Good, good, excellent.
Oh,
Welcome to the live
thank
show, ladies and
you.
gentlemen.
Sharon,
I am your
thank you
host.
so much.
My name's Aiden Carney.
All my newbies, thank you for
Clarence
coming back to
Emerson.
all my
That's my Facebook account. You
um,
should follow it because I
current
go live on it
subscribers. I
every
love
morning.
to see you
Got a
and
big
my
crowd there
mod.
today. I'll tell you that much.
Y'all are the
And don't tell the
y'all are freaking
that
awesome.
box wine lady.
Love
She
you.
thinks this is a scar, so we'll just go with
Thank
that.
you, Brian.
Totally a scar. But yeah, man.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, like You call me Clarence Zimmerson. Old school turtle riders call me Uncle
I'm
Turtle
going
Boy.
to try and interpret him a
You
little
know,
bit.
I
I'm
prefer
gonna crank
doctor.
the
A lot of
volume up.
people today
Mods, if my
address me
voice
as
gets
doctor. I
loud,
do appreciate when
please
you do
let
that
me
because,
know.
you know, if Joe
All right,
Biden's a doctor,
Rambo,
then
no
I'm
more blood
definitely a
talk,
doctor
please. I'm
of
not trying
something.
to
I
be
don't know what,
mean,
but I'm
but
definitely a doctor. Some
please.
people call me daddy.
That can
I
be
will allow
triggering
it.
to some people.
Definitely not required, but
So I'm going to
you're
try
free
and
to.
sign
I
at the
won't tell
same
you
time.
no.
So if my
You
voice gets
definitely
loud,
won't be
I'm
punished
having
for
to
that.
turn up
Or
my
maybe you'd like
ears
it if you
super
were.
loud.
I don't know. Just be here every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. sharp, and make sure you smash that subscribe button so you never miss, and hit the notification bell. We do some impromptu lives here and there. We did an impromptu one today. And yeah, okay. Anyway, cool. If anybody would like to have their chats read out loud, you can't do turtle chat. I mean, you can't do the super chat because we're banned from doing that. So we built our own platform called the Turtle Chat. If you click at the link at the top, you can donate whatever amount of money you want. And when you do that, you get to write a little, you know, a little message. And I will read your message out loud to the class periodically throughout the show. You can also cash at me at $ Uncle Turtle Boy and do it that way if you so desire. Okay, yes, I was at the Canton Board of Selectmen meeting tonight. I don't know if they cut it off apparently. Can we? I guess I'll start off with that. So, being civically engaged. Let's pull it up here. Young Jerks had it, right? Okay.
Y'all are getting a
Oh, Young
concept
Jerks
of
is
what I'm
live tonight
trying
too.
to do. That's
All
why
right.
the subscribe count is vastly
So
important.
let's go to the Canton Board of Selectmen meeting. Hold on.
Oh, we're going to get it again.
So, you know, the townspeople got up to speak, and there was a lot of good cheer, a lot of good, you know. So
Oh,
Kathleen
almost a
Hawley's speaking
subscriber.
here. She's one of the people who led the audit. And then all of a sudden I arrive and Rita speaks, and it turns to this. So I was there because I'm protesting injustice, because I'm just an out-of-towner who wanted to eat a whole meal of food in Canton, and I went there and I tried to stimulate the economy by purchasing a meal of food, 2 actually meals of food, and I come outside and there's a mob of McAlberts there who are there to, like, you know, antagonize us and try to provoke us into doing something, and we don't fall for it. But, you know, they sexually harassed my girl. They, you know, they were rude. They were talking about pregnancies. I can't do any more fake pregnancies. I've had enough of those. No more fake pregnancies. Okay. And they're just being jerks. Like they're being saying degrading things to other people. It was just an awful look for your town. So I want to go there and have my feelings held. You know, I got to get the glare on. Glare, I got to send you the link, my dude. I'm having Will on tonight. I'll send it to you in a moment. Just let me get the turtle chats out of the way, and I'll have you on. So, anyway, yeah. So I go down there, and I just want to hold. You know, I guess you can't speak if you don't live in Canton, and you know that was a problem. So I get there, and I don't know if we have Mazza Media has. Does Mazza Media have? Oh, this is when the chaos started. This is when, all right. So we started a Lucky Lochran chant, I think. All right. Oh, there it is. It's just like, yes, we did a big cheer for Lucky. And I'm holding a sign that says Jill Daniels touched me, because she did. So I'm there to protest Jill Daniels. I know Chris Albert doesn't like it when I protest him.
We
He
have
calls
paid
it
personal sacrifices, and I know
Oh, there it
Lucky
is.
has
Jim
paid
Ferris
personal
is still
sacrifices too,
rude.
because that's what comes
You
with
know?
telling the truth. It
He
has
is.
cost us
Really rude.
relationship.
Yeah, like see how the whole thing was crapping out. So, you know, I tried to get my signs in there somehow. Like, if he doesn't want to get the signs, what are the signs that I have?
Design.
The fee schedule.
Oh, there it is.
Proposed more
Hold on,
accurate.
what does that one say?
Services are charged when
Once I realized that, they would see this view right here.
Once I realized they had this view, or you could put a sign there and it would be on TV. So I'm like, okay, let me try that route. So I start doing that, and then look what they do. They show this route. Like, oh no, they show, what view did they show? So the next lady got up there and where'd it go?
Yeah, this is not easy to do, guys.
I tried to
I
hold
went
my
to
sign
school
so
for this,
they'll see it, but what's
but
going
I'm
on
not
here?
perfect.
No, I didn't get it
Anybody
in there.
say
I
it
tried
helps?
getting it in. So I finally got.
I'll
I was trying to get my sign in there. See my hand. Jim Ferris is still rude because they wouldn't show it. So I'm trying to get my sign in there. How what else? Jim Ferris needs to clean his Prius. That was disgusting, Jim. Clean your car, please. And Jill Daniels stole my phone for the nudes. I think that's what she was doing it for. I think we can all agree. So, it was peacefully protesting. It was what it was. The police chief got renewed.
Did I lose you? No more comments are
Paulina
getting
Rafferty
said.
was rewarded for her incompetence and her overseeing of this disaster. That's what happens in Canton. You move, if you fuck up like Michael Lank, you just move up in the ranks. And by the way, I heard that all hell broke loose at the meeting and they had to call the cop. This was like after I left. We had to get out of here. I've had a busy day. So I go down to the courthouse today, obviously. It's what I do. And biggest crowd of the year. I haven't even had time to put all the pictures and shit together. I haven't had time to do anything today. So biggest crowd of the year is down there. I would say up to 1,000, probably close to 1,000 people at peak. And dude, it was like picture city. Like I took a lot. I'll never say no to a picture. I might say like, be right back, something like that. If it's just like a bad time or if I'm on the Howie or something like that. But I took a lot of goddamn pictures today, a lot of pictures. And I love doing it. I love doing it. It never gets old. But then it just took a long time to get through the whole crowd. Like but it was fun. It was really fun. And then I get, I go in my line. So we have shout out, by the way, to the line holder right now. Who's there right now? Who's our guy? We got somebody there right now. Who's there sitting on my goddamn chair? Because this is another beef that I have in the line. I think I could still use somebody. If anybody is in that area and wants to watch the show from the line, I think Canton TV could use somebody sitting in their seat because we're 1 and 2 getting in. And all these, people, these new people are here. All these people from wherever around the world. I did like the German guys I interviewed with today, Guten Tag. And, all of a sudden a line started forming and I'm like 13th or 14th in line. Like, what the hell that happened? No. And only the first 10 get in. No. And this dude there is from the AP and he's like, kind of like, you're a blogger. You're not like, bro, where you been? Like, I would just like, let me make it clear to the media people. I'm getting in. Like all this shit you see out here, all this thing, I did that. You're here right now because of me. You never would have heard this trial without me. Like this would have just been some back burner bullshit trial that no one was paying attention to if we didn't do that. All right. So we did that. And, who are these new people here? So we set up our seats and, I make sure that it's Canton TV first, me second. And this woman from, I don't know where she's from. She's new. She's like showed up this week. And she's like, so you have 2 seats? Like, where did you come from? Bitch, who are you? Where were you for the pretrial stuff? Nowhere. So this is I'm taking this second seat and you're going to sit here and eat your cheese sandwich and you're going to like it. Cause that's just how things work around here. This is I own Dedham. I own Canton and I own Dedham. They're both mine. I spent enough time in Dedham. I lived there for 60 days, right? It's my town now. So anyway, so I spent the whole day there and then I go inside. I watched we watched the opening statements that we're going to go over tonight. And then we watched, we waited for the verdict and I did my rounds again and that took forever. And, 4:30 comes, 5 o'clock comes, I go on Howie. I got to get out of there. I got to run back. I went on News Nation. I don't know what time I'm going on News Nation, whatever Dan Abrams is on. If you guys could watch the News Nation clip tonight, it was a good one. It was a good one. So, you know, so I do that and then shower because I smell like shit because I've been out there all day today. Sorry to anybody that took a lot of pictures, you know. And then I get in my car and we go to the Canton, back to Canton to peacefully protest. Stood there for an hour, came back, meeting French fries here. Probably be picking at him during the show. I've had no time to do anything. I'm trying to organize people to sit in my seat. So long story short, if you're in the Dedham area and you want to help out, please go and just check out the scene over there and see if the first and second seat, my seat and Canton TV, my seat should be covered, but I want to make sure Canton TV as well and Jessica Machado's as well. Like, let's get them all covered. So that's that. Okay. All right. Let me do a couple turtle chats here. Andrea T sends $25 and says, Doc, been following for years. As this is coming to an end, I just want to say you the man. You're a top-notch reporter, and I'm so happy to see this happen for you. Good for you for all you've done. These idiots showed their true colors Sunday. I know. I can't wait to hear that sweet victory. Not
Thank you,
guilty.
Brian.
Reed, love you guys. Jackson and his team killed it. All right, let me take a little poll question. I'm going to do a poll question here. All right, and I'm going to ask you guys because I've seen some people in there. Okay, start a poll. Are you nervous? Are you nervous because the jury didn't? Because I've seen some people say they're nervous. So are you nervous because the jury didn't come back with a verdict today? That's my question for you people. And immediately it's been up for, let's see, it's been up for, we already have 700 votes. 76% say no. So that's good. 76% say no. And we'll still, but that means 24% say yes. So they are nervous. I mean, I'm seeing now we have 1,400 votes. That's a pretty good sample, 75-25. So, I mean, 25% is a good fraction. You know, it's a minority, but it's a good. Am I nervous, Joanne? No. I would have definitely preferred if they came back with not guilty, but I am not nervous. I think the Free Karen Reed Twitter account, who I've met, I'd said, oh, you're Free Karen Reed, the Twitter account. I don't even know her name. I just call it Free Karen Reed Twitter account. I think she had a good tweet today about it. And she's just like, you know, that no, like we're not nervous. Like the worst case scenario is hung jury. That's it. Hung jury is the worst case scenario that could happen with this. If there's just like one douchebag on the jury that just doesn't want to exonerate this woman, right? You will not find 12 to convict. That is not going to happen. Literally, the worst thing the longer this goes on, the more you know there's probably one guy that's just, you know, being problematic, right? That's what I'm guessing. I don't know how you guys feel about it. But again, I don't know what these people are thinking. I don't know if any McAlbert's got on. I don't know. The shenanigan this morning with the juror. And Jessica Machado told me to bring up her Twitter account. So let's bring this up. So I think I haven't seen it yet. I haven't had a chance to look. Did she post it? Oh, she took it down?
I'm up to 170.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm up to 278, y'all. I'm going to try and turn this
Hey,
way.
no. You can definitely talk to him, Jess. Send me the picture. I'll post it. I don't give a shit. You're allowed to post after it's all said and done. So Jessica Machado found. So, all right. So juror number 3. Let's talk about juror number 3. She looks like Pam Beasley. And she, you know, I think she's an attractive, you know, woman for her probably late 40s, I would guess. You know, peppy, dresses well, looks very pleasant, looks clean, educated, alert, probably the most alert juror of all of them. Took notes most of the thing and seemed very pro, not guilty, very pro. Like probably the most. She's the one who mouthed, what? When Joseph Paul explained to us how John did a pirouette in the air and landed, you know, hit his head on the curb and then launched himself onto the grass. She's the one that did that. There's also, so she came in today and she just got dismissed outright. Like they called her up, and I'm like, oh fuck, what is going on here? Now they called her back, and then we were told she's out. They wouldn't tell us what the issue was. So I talked to Alan Jackson today, and I asked him what's going on with that. He said he wanted to tell me, but he couldn't. He's like, I can't tell you. We can't. I go, what about after this is over? And he said, yes, after I can definitely say what happened afterwards. I'm just saying they didn't look happy. Like the defense did not look happy about it, and the juror didn't look happy about it. So then again, I could have completely misread this juror. Maybe I'm wrong because Jess Machado tweeted something out that is perfectly legal. And I think I have it here. What's this?
Are y'all hanging in there with me? I appreciate it.
let's
I'm
see.
not as engaging. It's so hard to talk and sign at the same time, and
All
you
right, so
can't
let's bring
interpret
up
both
Jess's
at the same
tweet.
time.
It's gone now.
Did anyone send a comment to
You heard on
Turtleboy that I'm
Vinny's channel, she's
interpreting?
pro Karen. Well, how would Vinny know that though? You know? All right. So for anyone wondering if it's possible the jury may be tainted, but also there's no way this juror had not heard this case. It has ties to BPD. So that's not the juror. It's a chick. I have found the identity of the juror who was dismissed today. I found one of her social media accounts. And although there was no option to send her a message, she had dozens of posts that were public, including photos. I identified her immediately. I found a photo that allowed comments in an hour ago using our Fall River Reporter account. Commented my name and phone number, asking if she would connect with me. We are allowed to speak with dismissed jurors. She did not respond. Since that time, she has changed the settings on her account so that no posts are available and only 2 pictures are visible. But not before I was able to screenshot this photo she had posted on her timeline from back in 2020. So she posted this picture, and it's a guy, and he's got a Boston police thing. You see that? Now, I don't know what that means. When she told me about this, I'm like, I don't like that. To me, that doesn't prove much. I mean, because it's like anyone could just wear. I mean, I own Boston police shit. I own state police shit. I own shit, you know. But like, let's be very clear about this. You can approach any juror after this trial is over. If they're no longer on it, you can talk to any juror you want. Any juror you want. Jurors often give interviews after trial. You can contact them and ask them a question. And if they choose not to engage with you, that's their choice. But you have a right to ask. There's nothing wrong with that. She's a reporter if she wants to ask. And so I'm going over here on Jess's Twitter, and just these fucking morons. Like, I hate Twitter's just got so many stupid people on it. All right. So she said, I'm reviewing my previous post. In the meantime, I took it down. I'm new to this. And while I do think what I posted was okay, it was. I want to make sure it is. I appreciate it. And then having a juror call you. No, that's not okay. Okay. So this moron, just look at this person. Just look at her. Okay. I mean, this is a stupid person. You can tell just by looking at her. Private equity analyst. Sure you are. Right. Sure you are. True crime junkie. That explains it all. Okay. And
down, please.
Although she did retweet this. When you don't have a case, you just regurgitate facts in chronological order. I don't think she understands that I mean, look at this person. Oh my God, their own witness just debunked her hitting John's car. No, dear, that's actually not what happened, but okay. So yeah, this person's telling her, having a juror call you. No, that's not okay. Actually, stupid, it is. It is. I mean, that's just a fact. You can have anybody call you if you want to. Do you think that maybe you pointing out that juror did this entire trial might have been an issue? Nope, because she didn't dox her. So the jurors are 100% free to speak with whoever they want. That's 100% false, because she said that's what's wrong. Like, I'm new to the true crime thing, but there's a lot of stupid people that are really into, like, people that are too into true crime and like their whole life is true crime. There's a lot of smart people. There's a lot of dumb people too, but just dumb, like, who are just so invested in other people's shit. And I mean, that's kind of what true crime is, right? We're all just invested in other people's shit. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, I don't see what the problem is. Idiot. Oh yeah, sure thing. Okay. Anyway, anyway, so yeah, let me read a couple more turtle chats before we play some audio. Canton Town meeting sends $20 and says Sam Nagel is a 4th grade bus bully. He's just a douchebag. He needs to keep his hands to himself. She don't want you, bro. She don't want you. Tatiana sent $10 and said hello from Alaska. All right, Alaska Turtle Riders. $25 from or $10 from PS with the comment, Dr. Daddy Turtle Boy, so happy for you. You deserve nothing but the best. Never change. I appreciate that, PS. Nicole Lee sends, what'd you send here? She sent $25. As I was watching the stream for the Canton Select Board, which I've never done before, and during the public comment portion, a woman talked about Sunday night altercation and how Chris Albert laughed when Jill Daniels called her fat. As she went on about other details, the video all of a sudden buffers and you can't see the rest of her details. Again, and Albert is protected. Exactly. Exactly. Funny how that happens. I don't have wrinkles, so pull up. Sends $10 and goes, first of all, I want to twist that little wormy homeless boy's wrist after he touched Meredith. Seriously, bro. Don't touch a woman. I mean, what the fuck? And Ryan Nagel came up to me like, why are you talking to him? Why are you talking to my brother? Because your brother's can't keep his hands to himself. Dog. What's your problem? You gave good testimony. We're supposed to like you. Get out of my face, Ryan Nagel. Go hang out with your homely looking sister there that was inside the house when John O'Keefe was murdered. I hate Julie Nagel. I hate her. You just insulted 3 people up and down. Wait, no. She goes, I have wrinkles, but a good heart. I know, but you went around and insulted people. You know, Jill, anyone can get lips, but you can't change pure gross. Brian's so washed up, dude. You don't intimidate anyone. Love you, Turtle. Hope you meet you and your lovely Meredith. I know you will. We'll be there tomorrow. I'll be there obviously all day. Lindsay sends $5. No comment. Thank you, Lindsay. Any more turtle chats I have to read off here before I do the cash apps?
How's everything going, guys?
Little Irish girl sends $10 and says, Jen McCabe, I'm sure you can work your way up to top dog after about 5 years in prison. Maybe start a basketball team.
11 away.
Maybe since Doc is the real mayor of
Come on,
Canton,
help a girl out.
he can arrange some extra yard time. Thanks for all your hard work, Doc. Much love. Yeah, we'll talk about what I thought about them being there. It was freaking weird. Cassie Jones sends 10 and goes, so pumped to hear the words not guilty. I know. Thank you for all your hard work and balls of steel. Special early birthday shout out to my daddy, Mitchell P., who's sweating his sack off in Phoenix. Love you. # free Karen Reed. I was thinking about this today, dude. Seeing all those people there, like 1,000 people watching it everywhere. When that announcement comes out, not guilty, it is going to explode. Like the place is going to go nuts. But then I was thinking, like, what if it came back guilty? Like I don't even want to think about that, but that it might explode even more if that happens. Like I couldn't even imagine what this crowd would do. Not that I'm saying they would do anything bad or anything like that, but it would be, people would be pissed. People would be pissed. It would be just an injustice, an absolute injustice. But it's a moot point because she's going to be not guilty. And I was going, I polled the crowd. I went around the crowd today. I asked everyone, do you think Karen Reed's guilty or not guilty? Every single person said not guilty. So probably the jury's going to do the same thing. Thank you. Jennifer sent 10, and even in like the polls, like I tweeted out some stuff today, like the Emily D. Baker poll was like 97%. Did they say 97% not guilty or 97% Jackson did a better job than Lally? I forget. But it's just like overwhelming from neutral audiences that she's going to be found not guilty. Okay, next one.
Same here. Ours was 90.
Jennifer sends $10, says, saw there was a McAlbert president court today. How was that vibe? Who invited them? So let's talk about that. When the McAlberts got there, so I get there and I went to my car for a second to grab something. And who's coming in? A police presence, bringing them in. I see Brian Albert, I see Colin Albert, and I see Jennifer McCabe. You have to be fucking kidding me. Now, they were invited. People like, what are they doing there? And I think your anger is misplaced. If your anger is at Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert and Colin Albert, I think your anger is misplaced. Your anger shouldn't be at those scum bucket trash bags. Your anger should be at Peggy O'Keefe and Paul O'Keefe, because they are trash too. And you could clip this. I don't give a shit. I've taken shit for this. I don't care. I stand by every single negative thing, every single nasty negative thing I said about Peggy and Paul O'Keefe was validated today. They were there at their son's murder trial because Peggy and Paul O'Keefe invited them there. They invited John's killers. Enough with this bullshit with the O'Keefes. Oh, the poor O'Keefes. They've been lied to by the district attorney's office. They don't know anybody. No. How about this? How about this? The O'Keefes just suck. How about that? Peggy O'Keefe is just a shitty, miserable shrew. How about that? It's unfortunate that 2 of her children have died. That's very sad. Don't get me wrong. And under normal circumstances, I would feel for her, right? I feel for John O'Keefe, but not really for her. You know what I mean? She's just a shitty, miserable person. And just because your kids die doesn't mean that you get a pass for not being a shitty, miserable person, right? So I'm going to send the invite to the Glare too. I want him on here because I know, like, I love Will, but he's, a lot of people out there
My
are kind of
opinions
afraid
may
to
not
take off
line
the
up with
gloves
his, okay? Just
when it
letting
comes
you
to
know. In general,
the O'Keefes. They're like, I don't
my
really want to
opinions and his may not line up. I'm
criticize
just
them, and
saying
then
what
you
he
can't
says.
criticize the film.
Right
No,
now, I'm in an
What they
interpreter mode.
did today was the most disrespectful shit I've ever
But
seen in my entire
I
life.
was not happy
What they
with
did
what
to
I saw today.
to disrespect the honor of their son and brother by bringing the murderers with them to court. The people who murdered John O'Keefe to court came with them, and that is the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. It was a trashy move. Some people did they bring them to intimidate the jury? No, they didn't do. That's not why they brought them. They might have brought them to kind of maybe they thought there's some clause that I had to leave. That might have been a thing. And by the way, this is the same people who brought the fake victim with them to court as well on February 26th to have me ejected because she had a bullshit order on me, which has since been amended, and she has not been invited back by them since then. Kicked to the curb, no longer useful. But they showed up not to intimidate the jury. I don't even think to kick me out because that wasn't going to work. They showed up because Peggy and Paul O'Keefe wanted to make a statement. They wanted to make a statement to that jury to say, we don't believe a single goddamn thing the defense said. We don't believe it. All that evidence you just heard showing that he was in the house and that he was not hit by a car. In one ear, out the other. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I don't care about any of that shit because I don't like Karen Reed and I don't like Turtle Boy. So I am going to disrespect. I'm going to take a steaming shit on my brother and my son's grave. And I'm going to bring his murderers to court with them. Fuck them. Fuck them. If I see any more sympathy for these pieces of shit, I'm going to lose my mind. They suck. And that should be your default opinion now too. She laughed during the trial. Fuck her. She came to my arraignment. That had nothing to do with her. I mean, nothing. I made sure when they came in, we didn't boo them. Nothing like that. Fuck them. Peggy O'Keefe is trash. And tomorrow, Karen Reed is going to be completely free. And Peggy O'Keefe is going to be a miserable shrew trash bag. That's it. That's it. Fucking clip it. Send it to Julie Grant. I don't give a fuck. You all know it's true. Y'all know it's true. That's it. I keep it real. I'm gonna bring Will on. How you doing, Will?
What's up, bud?
It's true, isn't it?
I mean, here's my thing on that. And yes, you're absolutely right that my opinion is I don't feel comfortable. I mean, that's the way I've always been. This is not the first case I've ever covered. And there's always victims in these cases. And I've always advocated for victims and their families. This is one of the reasons that I do that is because I don't know what's going on. And
that's all
I'm of the opinion that they have the right to believe and feel whatever they do. And I may have opinions about it, but at the same time, it doesn't make any difference in my life. But here's the thing, honestly, and I said this before, I talked about this on my channel. Other people, there are certain people, and I believe you to be one of those people who has a right to your feelings, and you have a right to say the things that you say because you have invested and sacrificed a lot more than anybody besides Karen in this situation, besides Karen and John, obviously in this situation. And you have a right to those feelings. You have a right to feel like they're spitting in your face, despite all of the evidence that you've uncovered through your hard work and through your aggressive investigative tactics. So I don't blame you or feel like you shouldn't do that or you shouldn't be feeling that way. I'm never going to do that because I don't know what it's like to have done the things that you've done or have to sit in jail for 2 months for having done nothing. And then on top of that, deal with going to eat with my girlfriend, and the very people who are supposedly afraid of me are antagonizing me physically to respond so that I violate my bail and get thrown, and they have no fear of consequence themselves. That's got to be something that's going to drive me crazy. And I empathize with you on that. But the problem is my position, dude, I'm just a guy who is on YouTube and I talk about cases. This has been the case since I started talking about it, and it's never changed. I'm still just a guy. There's people who try to compare me to you and say, oh, well, you pick up the pieces and Turtle Boy's not around, blah, blah, blah. I honestly don't want to hear that. And that's out of respect for you, not out of disrespect. That's out of respect because I haven't done a fraction of the work that you put into this case. I'm just a guy who likes to talk, and I'm grateful that I entertain other people as much as I entertain myself when I run my mouth, period. So I don't feel like I have the right to start throwing shade at this family who I have no idea what's being told to them by the Commonwealth. I have no idea what's being told to them by the McCabe's
But
and
you
the
know,
Alberts.
you know what's being told to them by the ARCA guy. You know what he's telling them.
Right. No, and I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not afraid to say, dude, what in the fuck is it going to take for these people to actually listen to the evidence
Oh, wow, that's
and realize
nothing. They
that,
don't give a shit. They don't
you know
give
what
a
I mean?
shit.
So don't get me wrong. I have my opinions on why in the shit are they like not registering
Because
this?
they want to be McAlberts.
I need 11
Want to
more,
be McAlberts.
guys.
They think it's
11 more
cool to be Canton
tribes,
royalty. That's
300.
all it comes down to. They're just
And I
they're
give a
trashy. They're
second
trashy
more
fucking
away.
people who do shit like this in court. When they brought, like 3 days after I got out of jail, they invited this lying skag with them to court who sent me to jail on a lie, and they thought it would be funny. So I went up to Paul and asked him about it.
Paul, do you have any shame at all doing something like that?
Hey, look what's up.
You think domestic violence is funny? Do you?
Orange is
Do you?
better on you.
Do you think domestic violence is funny? Do you? Yes or no? You are a disgrace to your brother, dude. A disgrace.
Look at her. Look at her.
You are a disgrace.
Listen to this.
I'll do whatever I want.
What, you hear her yell that?
Showed up for the first time.
Where's Lindsay? She yells to me. Where's Lindsay? Probably sucking for crack in an alley somewhere, I'm guessing. But like, I don't know. You tell me.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, she's your friend now.
If
I'm
there's
good.
anyone on this platform that in this case, involved in this case, there's one person that I've noticed is completely unpredictable. It's probably Lindsay Gatton.
Yeah.
So
Probably.
it's
Like,
probably
so-
best to bet.
So she's, that's just my feeling. I don't want to get too hung up on that. Let me read a couple more turtle chats here. And again, being next to them in court, I'll just show you before I have so much to talk about. It's going to be a long show, folks. So let me see here. So this is them later on. Like, if you guys didn't see this, them coming out, like, okay, so there's Colin. And there's Brian. And there they are. And they sat there the whole time like idiots. These people walked to their car. The media followed them and asked them, like, who invited you guys? You know, like, how'd you guys get here? Like, why are you here? And they just wouldn't talk. They all got in their car and ran away because they don't want to talk. They just thought, oh, we'll just make our statement by being here. Fuck. And think about this, Will. Of all the Alberts that you could invite to this thing, why Colin? Like,
oh, I got a lot of thoughts.
Why isn't
about what the subject?
Chris Albert at least came to some pretrial shit. Brian Albert and Colin Albert never showed up. And inviting those three in particular, probably the three people most associated with being inside 34 Fairview Road and having something to do with John O'Keefe's death, they invited them. They didn't invite Juliana Nagel or Sarah Levinson or somebody like that. They invited those three.
Well, what I found interesting was, like I'm looking at, I'm like, why those 4 people? They're none of them
and Kerry,
are
right, and Kerry.
right. Why are they not? Why is it? None of them are immediately related to each other. They're related, except for Carrie. But what's interesting is that they are 3 or 4 out of the 5 people that were implicated the most as being shady and most likely suspects, aside from Karen Reed, besides Higgins, right? So Higgins wasn't there, but everybody else who was the most suspicious in this entire thing were sitting right behind the O'Keefes in that courtroom, individually, each one, which is very strange. You had Colin, you had Jen McCabe, Brian Albert. Like these were the most shadiest people with the most to hide. Now, I agree with you. I don't think they were there to intimidate the jury per se, but I think that they were definitely there to stall, disrupt, and distract. I think that was the entire purpose, because the jury, it's plainly obvious to anybody who's in that courtroom which way the jury was leaning before they even made these closing arguments. And I believe this was a tactic by Lally, who talked the O'Keefes into it, who got them to do it. And like I said, I think they were there to stall, disrupt, and distract.
They're hoping that if the jury looks at them and says, well, if the O'Keefes are okay with these people, and if the O'Keefes don't think they did it, then why should I? That's what they wanted to bring them in for. I definitely influenced
I also think, because the first thing that I thought was they were there for the same reason that they brought Lindsay Catani over there, right? Is because I figured that they knew you would be in the courtroom and get you kicked out because they're supposedly afraid of you. And I find it to be a bit more of, I've learned from following this case to look at things that seem like more of a coincidence to probably assume that they are more than a coincidence, right? So I'm thinking that them being there and them being those particular people was again probably just some way to get you booted out, cause a disruption, make them out to be victims. But I guess I was wrong, because you sat there the whole time. You got to sit there, and you were you were right above Brian Albert.
I could have shined his head.
Right.
I kept looking down at him too.
And I don't think the coincidence I was getting at, or not so much, is that it happened right after what happened in Canton when you went to CF McCarthy's with Meredith.
Yeah.
So I mean, the timing of that is too interesting.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is again, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to me is like the masters of Streisand effect. Like they just can't seem to capture that concept, because I felt like it worked better for the defense to have them in there, because the problem is you can't hide how shady those people look. You can't hide how shady the defense made them look the entire time. So here you are, and you stick them right in eye view of the jury, and the jury's going to be like, dude, that's going to help the defense.
Right.
They can't hide how fucking dead in their eyes they look.
Right.
And they can't hide how they were caught in numerous lies. They can't hide everything that was pointed out in Jackson's closing arguments to be absolute fact.
Yeah.
They can't hide how they absolutely ended up looking here. So I feel like, how did Lally not realize that that's the case? Like, you're putting them in there to distract and disrupt, but what's going to happen is they're going to resent you for it, and they're going to.
I hope so.
Right. I think so. I don't see how they couldn't.
We'll see.
I don't see how they, yeah.
Let me read a few more here. Let's see. Bradford sends $25. Says word on the street is the dismissed juror was at Dedham Legion having drinks last night, talking about being a turtle rider and stating she would vote for an acquittal. An off-duty cop was there and filmed her. I'm from the area, and I've heard that same rumor, something about that she was talking at a bar. And if that happened, oh my fucking God, Jesus Christ. Like, well, I hope not. Franny May sends $10 and says, Aiden, when this is over, can you look into the suspicious death of Christine Mello from Weymouth? It's totally disappeared by the press. And Proctor was also the lead on that too. Didn't they catch who did it for Annie Mae? But yeah, definitely. Sarah Miller sends $100 and says,
Wow.
no need to read to the class. Oh, but I'm going to read it anyway.
Okay.
Just saying thank you for all your hard work and dedication to this and so many other cases. You're a great example to so many people who want to fight for justice but aren't sure how. It's very kind of you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Kate sends $10 and says, we love you and appreciate everything you've done to expose this corruption. We love watching you and can't wait for the victory for Karen. Only the start, though. We need to see the McAlberts in cuffs. Kate and MC Hammer. Yes, that'd be great. Brittany sends $5, says, Turtle Boy, do you know if it's true that Lucky is being bullied and denied entry into eating establishments? No, that is definitely not true. Thank you very much.
No,
Brittany.
everybody's buying that dude a beer, man.
Exactly.
That guy's not paying for a drink for the rest of his life.
We just had a chant for him at the select board meeting where his brother's the chairman. It was wild. Aaron sends $50 and says, I love Susan and Patty. Aaron, the Lily Pulitzer Townie punk. Free Karen Reed, not guilty tomorrow. Yes, I'm feeling that too. Thank you. Chris Coit sends $100. Thanks. Chris is the guy who let us use his joint in Taunton for our first meet and greet, our first live show in Taunton last April. And he says, all your success is so well-deserved. Well, thank you very, very much, Chris. Lizzie sends $25 and says, Adam Lally is the cure to insomnia. Yes, he is. He's something else, isn't he? Andrea sends $25 and says, Doc,
I'm going to take
following
a break
you for years as this is coming to an end. I just want to say you're the man,
interpreter,
top-notch reporter, and I'm so happy to see this happen for you. Good for you for all you've done. Those idiots show their true color Sunday. I can't wait to hear.
I'm going to investigate that tomorrow. Can y'all hear me?
Love you guys. Jackson and his team killed it. Yes, I can't wait to hear those words. It's going to be so sweet. So sweet.
Oh, I changed church because it was too busy and it was hard for deaf people to.
I know.
It's so crazy.
Black or
like if you think about all of the arguments we've had with people, all of the conversations, all of the live streams, all of the, I mean, and you look at you, like all of the articles you wrote. You did 2 months in jail. You rallied people together more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times.
You're so awesome.
And now here we are. This is the moment of truth for so much of that. Because the overall thing is to get justice
mentally
for John,
very
right?
draining.
But freeing Karen Reed, massive chunk out of that. You know what I mean? It's a massive chunk.
And these guys are talking back and forth and around and around, and at a free will, there's no agenda to their talk, so it's not organized.
The patience that the supporters have had
Harder
going out there every day, relentlessly. People like Scott McGinnis, who's always out there, Tom, who's always out there. I mean, and never losing their temper.
I'm going to do a quick pause. First of all, I want to thank everybody. You guys are so awesome, and I'm so close to 300. That's so awesome. My mods, you're fabulous. Y'all have been with me all day and all night. But I want to say about the signing thing is that, yes, I did go to college for it. I have a degree in it and deaf support specialist work, but someone asked why didn't I sign with court? I can't sign when an attorney's there because I am not a certified court interpreter. I can't do that. When you are signing, I kind of give this example. It's almost like you are sitting there and you have to count 3 to 5 seconds and hold, and then you have to say everything that you just heard and keep, while you're speaking what you just heard, you're now taking in, it's like this thing. It's like you're always 3 to 5 seconds behind. And so you are technically, they put a woman in a MRI machine or whatever it is they used, and she was listening and interpreting in the machine, and they did a brain scan, and she's using both sides of her brain. So it's one of the very few jobs that you use both sides of your brain. It is very difficult. And when you have a free conversation and they're talking around in circles and jumping from here to here, and it's very difficult. And then I'm now legally deaf. I was born and raised hearing. Due to chemotherapy, medications, and stuff, I've lost my hearing. I have very expensive ears. These are $8,000 a piece. This system that I use is thousands and thousands of dollars to hear. These are the professional earbuds that the musicians use, and they're the highest of the end that you can buy. So it is not cheap, and I appreciate everybody's understanding about my volume. My mods, you're fabulous. I appreciate you. How's the volume now? I hope I don't sound like I'm screaming. So we'll get back to it. I just wanted to explain.
Never losing their cool. Just it's amazing that this is finally here.
Yeah, it feels surreal, man. And I just can't. I just thinking about like that. I'm probably going to hear those words. If I was a betting man, you know, I would bet that we're going to hear not guilty tomorrow. Like odds are really good that she's going to be found not guilty, and that will come tomorrow. And it
Before or after lunch?
That's a good question. I'm
calling before. Only because I said it like day before yesterday, I think yesterday or the day before. And no, I said it when Yannetti. I said it Friday night, because Yannetti said that he was that they expected to wrap up their case by Monday, and then Tuesday start. And then Tuesday have the closing arguments. It's right on schedule. So I said, based on that, Wednesday by lunch, I'm calling it. So we'll see. Hopefully, I mean, it's just for fun, but
yeah, I mean, it would be fun to have like a pool where you can guess the exact minute the verdict gets read. Like that'd be cool. But okay, yeah, I think I'm agree with you. I say before lunch. I'm with you on that one. I just got a video sent to me. Let me see if I have it here. Let's see. It's going to be sent of their entrance, the McAlbert's entrance into it's a good one. So
I think I saw this. This is yeah.
But in the meantime, let me read some more. Let's see. Read those ones. Okay. Let's see. Do I Canton Town meeting? Oh, I already got that one. Okay. Let me read a couple turtle cash apps here. We got Mama. She 13 sends $50 and says, "Hail Dr. Daddy." Says, "Hail Dr. Daddy, Turtle Boy, hashtag Karen Reed is innocent." Thank you much. Souza sends $10. No comment. Thank you, Souza. Okay. Next one says, Joe sends $10. It says, "P.S. The ceiling fan is now named Bob." The ceiling fan, people were calling for the ceiling fan when Adam Lally was talking, like, bring back the ceiling fan. It's more interesting.
I got it full fucking mode today, man. Like during his cross, I was just dropping sound bites and clips, and I didn't give a fuck.
And I would,
because I mean, we heard it all, dude. I didn't need to hear a summary of his lies and bullshit. But we still heard most of it. But I was just like fart noise.
I need
no
to
respect for this guy.
I need
at
to
all.
take a selfie with the ceiling fan tomorrow before I leave. Like,
It's a good idea.
It's the most famous ceiling fan in the world. Jim
really
Ferris Bueller sends $10 and says, "Next time I see you, I'm going to finger pop your fart box." Okay, thanks, Jim. Interesting. Nicole sends $5 and says, "Cleaners were only able to go after defense rested." Cleaners. Okay, thank you. Joe sends $25, says, "Free Karen. Also upload it bang bang to Apple." I know we need to do that. Shannon sends $10 and goes, "Heart, I love Will. Please don't stop covering corruption here." I will never stop doing that, Shannon. Thank you very much.
Love you too.
Nancy sends $5 and goes, "Mr. O refused to go because the McAlberts are there." Is that true? I mean, it is interesting that Mr. O'Keefe was not there for closing statements and would have not have been there for the verdict. Like, wow, that's very interesting.
I find it interesting too, because you know that he would have had a seat had one of those McAlberts not been there. So like, it sounds like he gave up his seat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just didn't want to participate. Gross.
Right.
Renee sends $100. Thank you. And says, "Have a celebratory meal on me tomorrow." Will do, Renee. I'll do just that. Thank you. Ashley also sends $100. Holy shit. You guys are generous here. Says, "Can I get a shout out for Mom's Huge Feet on X?" Shout out to Mom's Huge Feet. All right. Thank you, Ashley. Shannon sends $5 and says, "You did an amazing job bringing this case to light." Well, thank you very much, Shannon. I tried my best. Brian sends $5, says, "Heard a rumor Proctor was arrested Friday. Is it true?" No. Thank you. Jen, where do these people get this shit? like that wouldn't be all over the news. Like, Jen sends 45 bucks, says, thanks for your courageous reporting. My pleasure. Bridget sends 5 and says, will Karen get her car back when she's not guilty? I thought about that the other. You would assume so.
Are they going to
Yes,
fix her fucking light? Like, will they at least do that?
They'd have to admit they broke it first.
Right.
James sends 10 bucks and says, hope verdict at 227 for John Shockner. Imagine the verdict came at 227. Like that would be cool.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah.
That would have been
Scott
wild.
sends $5 and it says, bro, how is it being within feet of the McAlberts? You know, surreal. Like, I'm like, they're right fucking there. They're right there. Like, I thought these people were so scared of me too. And they come seek me out. Yeah.
Looking at it was surreal. Honestly, it was
like
weird.
seeing me right behind them. Like,
yeah. It was
that was
like the whole
wild.
chat, the whole time, every time they would show a shot, you'd be like, dude, look at that shit. It's like right above them.
I know.
Look, this is not a good look for the prosecution at
No,
all.
not at
It's
all.
So weird.
Yeah. Sharon sends $5 and says, watch your balloon knot, Proctor. Yeah, Proctor, take that. $5 from Nancy says the tow truck driver stated I did not drive into the Sally Port. Well, he didn't testify, so until he says that, it's no good. Lindsay sent $15 early and said, when and where is your verdict watch party? TBD. We're trying to do something for Friday. We're working on a venue. I'll have an announcement about that tomorrow. Thank you very much, Lindsay. Okay. We have Kristen sent $5 on Cash App and said, can we get a shout out for Karen Reed's defense team? I mean, bro, look at the shirt I'm wearing. You know what I mean? Available in the Turtle Boy store, by the way. Check it out there. Thank you very much, Kristen. And Malika sends $5. Oh, she's Karen Reed. Her name's Malika. She's very, very she's pleasant looking. She's a nice looking chick. I'm not hitting on her or anything. I'm just pointing out facts. She's an attractive woman, and her handle is at Karen Reed is innocent here. You the best. So thank you very much, Malika. Wait, I thought what's at free _ Karen _ Reed? There's so many Twitter accounts. I can't keep track of them all. Nicole.
Yeah, I don't know if the free Karen Reed account on Twitter is like one account or like 10. You know what I mean? Like there's free Karen Reed accounts, and I don't know if it's like one person.
Yeah, it's a
or
lot.
Like,
yeah,
it's wild. It's wild.
And Nicole sends $5 and says, Gemma Cabe's stare down of Karen was so cringe. I hate her. Yeah, we'll be playing some of that. She's like the most hated person in the world. So if anybody else wants to donate, click on the link to the top for Turtle Chat and donate that way. I'll have your message read out loud. If not, or you can cash at me $, Uncle Turtle Boy. I'll be taking periodic breaks to read them, but we gotta start playing some of this of Alan Jackson's historic speech today. And we're going to play Lally's too.
Thank you, Miss Karen. I really tried. And we will at the end of this.
Again,
So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
Now, I can't
just
interpret this because it's
how
in
it's
court.
so weird how this, like, look at Colin.
Can't do that.
I'm right there. I'm right above Brian.
Yeah.
Speaking of, let's take a breather and then we'll get into that with them. And while I say that, please, everybody watching, please be patient with me and respectful. I do this on every one of my lives. I believe that this is not just about Karen. This is also about John. And I feel bad that he's getting lost in this. So we're going to take a moment for John. Rest in peace. Okay. I always do that. I just feel that we need to keep in our minds, who is this for? What is going on? Why are we doing this? This is not just about entertainment. This is also about, oh, thank you guys. I'm up to 283. Oh, we're so close. We're so close, guys, to 300. Love you. Appreciate it. Everybody on Twitter, I love you. Appreciate you over there, but just hop over on YouTube for a second, please. Nicely done, all of you. Y'all are my team. This isn't just me. This is a team. This is a group community effort, and I'm hoping I'm building that. And I'm hoping to really start reaching out to the deaf community. What you saw tonight is a sample of what I want to start doing. So I just am working on the last few little kinks on more of just logistical. I have all the technology. So, okay, let's watch with them. And we are all free to comment with them. Okay?
It's crazy.
Look the other way.
I love the theme.
Look the other way. 4 words
that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass, look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified
You've done a
affidavits,
brilliant
infrared
job
videos,
with this clothing.
butt dials
I've
galore.
never seen one this
Just look the
good.
other way.
Look that way. Yep.
That's what they want. That's what they're counting on. But the uncontrovertible fact is
I mean,
you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want. But it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor.
Of a Michael Proctor.
Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully.
Yeah, they would
You don't
lie.
even wonder if they would lie to support their narrative.
I love
You
this
need only
line.
wonder how many times.
How many
they did lie.
times? Exactly.
Over and over and over. They and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things. It didn't really matter. They feared nothing.
Nothing.
They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes.
I love that.
And
Right
even when
before
they're
your
caught in
eyes.
their own lies, they won't blink. They don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks, look the other way.
Look the other way.
Like,
Love
and Lolly put these
Ladies and gentlemen,
people
there was a
right
cover-up
in their
in this
eye
case,
view
plain and
while
simple.
he's telling them
And surely say to
this.
yourself, one of them
He
never
is
happen in
amazing.
our community. But sadly,
It's so true, but that's what makes it such an interesting move. Is that like they thought that they thought that like by putting them there like that, like the jury would be like, well, if the O'Keefes are okay with this, then I should be too. I honestly believe that's what they did, and I don't think it's a bad move, to be perfectly honest with you. On their
Did
part,
you feel like putting them there was going to make them look innocent and like victims? of
no, I
being
think that
accused?
I think they want the jury to
They
think.
didn't.
Well, you don't know what the jury's thinking.
No, it's a good point, but I'm
You know?
saying, like, considering the reactions that we both seen from the jury, considering that
well,
stuff.
So I think this was a last ditch move. I think they
Okay, I'm going to say something, Barbara. I agree with you. I'm sorry, I'm hungry. All I've had was a few nuggets today. Okay. One of the theories I had is I got a mosquito bite right there on that wrist. One of the theories I had, Barbara, thank you for joining. If you haven't already, please subscribe. I'm so close to 300. If John O'Keefe went into the house, I think that the fight would have most likely been about Karen Reed. It was stated that John suspected that there was something going on. And honestly, I mean, there's many comers that were around his place. They weren't being too careful, or Karen Reed wasn't when she kissed Brian. I think that was partially to get back at John O'Keefe for what she thought was an inappropriate connection with a woman. But I think, if anything, if there was a fight, it was about Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. I'm not too sure if they actually made it into the house. And I'm not saying that to doubt that it couldn't have happened. There may have been the party. They could have said, hey, let's take it downstairs. They went down there, and a few people may have gone down there. It may have been just the men. I don't know. I do know something happened. I do not believe Karen Reed hit him with the car. as pissed off as she was, as angry as she was, the F you bombs, I hate you. Women say that crap a lot when they truly don't mean it. They're just so frustrated. She was frustrated. She was feeling like just a babysitter with benefits. People called her that. She's not used to raising children. She's never had children. She's not one who wanted children because of her disease, I'm sure. It was a part of the reason she may not be able to have one. What? Oh, just flex my button order pizza by accident. Yeah. But I'm saying, though, that I think if there was a fight, it was about Karen Reed. And that may be very well true, too. That may be very well true. There's so many things that the possibilities could be. But what I don't think it is Karen hitting him with her vehicle. Most of you don't know me. I'm Ada K, your alternate Jer, and I'm deaf, but I can speak. But I used to be in body repair. I've done Bondo. I replaced headlights. I've done oil work. I've done tune-ups. I used to work with and in my ex-significant other back in the late 80s and early 90s in his automotive repair shop and used car lot. I know a little more about cars than the average woman, and I can guarantee you, in my humble opinion, she did not hit him, and that light didn't look like that because we saw the pictures. Let's keep going.
They knew that they're losing, and they thought that we have to make it seem to the jury like the O'Keefes are not down, aren't down with this. Have you noticed that the crusty panties of the world, people like this the entire time? Who do they always hide behind? The O'Keefes. They cloak themselves in the O'Keefes. Every criticism of us has been like, you're mean to the O'Keefes. You're mean, like the grieving mother. It's the first thing they always bring up. You booed her. Of course I didn't, but they bring it up. They say, you booed Peggy O'Keefe. You're this and that. You're mean to her. Here's this, like Gretchen Voss had it in her stupid article in Boston Magazine. And it's like, so they wanted to hide behind the O'Keefes. That's what these people are doing. I mean, the O'Keefes, I got to be honest, like Brian Albert, I get it why he did it like that. He sees Peggy and Paul O'Keefe, who are clearly very stupid people, like they're very dumb. And he's like, well, they want to be cool. So we'll just hide behind them because he has no morals. He doesn't give a shit like that. So he's like, yeah, these fucking idiots, we killed their son and now we just get to hide behind them. Okay.
Yo, we're 16 away. We can do this.
This is easily the most bizarre dynamic between people I've ever seen. The most bizarre attempts to twist the truth that are blatantly obvious. Like the assumption that the public and this jury is dumb coming from this Commonwealth is astounding. It's like, they will look the jury right in the face and basically try to tell them that water is dry and expect that, and to just throw a bunch of word salad together and expect them to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess water might be dry. No. And they don't realize by confusing the jury, they're hurting themselves because the whole point of the defense is to create doubt.
Right.
But if they're not making sense to the jury, they're already creating that doubt for the jury, and the defense barely has to do anything. It's fascinating. This is the worst prosecution I've ever seen.
And we're going to get to them.
Over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep them close. Offer them help. Offer them a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on.
So much shit.
Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the other.
I want to talk about that question. Miss Kevin, you are so right. Let's just spend a second on that. Lucky was very believable and credible. He even said he didn't report their car in the road because he was being nice to them. So he knew of their power and weight. He did not want to call the police on them. He was giving them a break. So he doesn't have a reason to lie. That's my humble opinion.
The evidence, don't conduct any forensics, don't document the evidence, don't document the logs, don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos, invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces.
It's just wild when you put it all together, like all the
high
shit they've
personal
done.
relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most important,
That was huge.
pick your patsy. Hit it on the girl.
And I love
It's
the
not
fact
that
he
it
loves
could happen.
cussing us. So
It's
funny.
that every single one of those things I
Did
just
happen.
mentioned did happen.
Right.
Did happen,
Right
exactly.
in front of you.
Right.
So
But this
powerful.
sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around?
God, y'all are awesome. Hey,
don't have actual
we've been
evidence to
on
show
for 3
every
hours.
single thing you
It's
can
after
against the
9
law, so
o'clock.
it
You
sticks.
guys can have
Drag
fun.
her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Reed. They desperately resorted to
No,
calling witnesses
they
to talk
didn't.
about Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children
Oh my God.
and put them through this ordeal.
Yes.
All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice,
I know.
spoiled them
Mhm.
too much.
Yeah.
Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple.
Yeah.
Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall.
No one could say they
Look at
were
the words that
fighting
every
that night.
single person who testified in this case used about Karen Reed and John O'Keefe that night.
That's right.
Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up until the time Karen Reed dropped him off.
That's
and brought
right.
him to 34th Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the
Yes.
Alberts in
Thank
some
you
way
for
or
pointing
another.
that out. I mean, there's so much.
That all-powerful Canton family.
Yes,
It's
and
easy to say, I
window
didn't see
across
something.
the
That's not really
street on
challenged.
the
Some, our second son actually
door
didn't see.
And they always say this. They always just like, well, how could all these people be in on the cover up? Because they don't want to go to jail because they're a family.
Right. It's just so
Right.
funny to me that it's, you know, the defense had to have been like, oh, this is great. The prosecution, the O'Keefes, have provided the jury with visual aid while I paint the picture of how nasty they are. Because they're going to get to sit there and look at their nasty faces with the looks on their faces the entire time I describe everything and remind them of how they lied on the stand numerous times.
Right.
And the things that I prove that they did, you know, so
Right.
it's crazy that they're sitting there. I still can't get over that. It's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
like,
you know what, guys?
And he goes
I
on.
love this lawyer.
Right.
They were in the
He's
kitchen,
fabulous.
from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house.
Did
and
come
he
in
was
the
caught
house. Yeah.
and asked to describe that man.
Yes.
He had to.
Right.
It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said? He was tall, with dark hair.
Yep.
That's a telling
Who
slip of the tongue by
matches
Brian
that
Higgins.
description? I
But what's the
wonder.
real evidence of the unbiased data? The data that's not connected to the Albert family. How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock you heard about in this trial. It was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house.
Okay, I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but Turtle Boy and his girlfriend were there to drive down that exact street and they had 3 different Apple phones, 11, 12, or 13, and a 15 for sure, 11 and 15, and I think a 13. I think his lane is a pretty, yeah, me too. And so they were there to drive down that street because they say it's a really steep hill. And so they were there to investigate and to do some research on that hill to see if the health app would have their phones going downstairs, or what would happen. And that is why they were in Canton. And that is when all of this stuff started. I just didn't know if you knew that or not.
Love all
There's
your
directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car.
Yes.
So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfect.
I'm so happy he said that, because to me that's the most underrated part is the Apple Health data showing John ascending and descending stairs. It's the most important thing that proves that John was inside that house. This nonsense that they came up with, Waze and GPS and the plots showing that like actually he was here at this time, and we know that he was here because the street has a 50-foot drop. And then Turtle Boy goes to Canton and shows you it's the flattest street in America. And you know what I mean? It's just like
it's such an easy fix too. It's like, have you guys not been paying attention?
And
is there anything about me that indicates to you that I'm not going to get in my car?
But y'all need to know,
you know I'm going to go there. You know.
I mean,
right now we've got
on.
221 watching.
Colin Albert lied on the stand, said he never got into a fight. Who went out and found at least 2 fucking videos of him fighting, like the next day?
Yeah.
So it's like, what do you people expect?
Colin
so
Albert
you have this, and also it's very fascinating too that he's saying these things as and the defense managed to. Incredible how they did this. They managed to build a more sound timeline for what happened. The defense did this. That's not the defense's job. So they managed to build a more sound timeline than the prosecution, because the prosecution's timeline just didn't make sense. Everybody was like, what? And they
24 miles an hour in reverse. Let's think about that. I tried it. Now I have to admit, lay down. I have no trouble doing it, but then again, the road I was on was actually in a massive parking lot at a church that was totally empty, where I used to take my kids to learn how to drive. And I've had a little defensive driving. I've learned how to drive fire trucks, and I've done a lot of crazy things, but it is still actually a woman in her state of mind could not do it. I didn't see him doing that test. Do y'all have a video of it we can play? I haven't seen it, but I do know it's not an easy thing to do. I think at 15 miles an hour, like they said on the stand for the defense, it does get a lot more difficult after 15 miles an hour. But once again, it's not snowing here. The roads aren't wet here. I'll start at 8 a.m. It's only 9 o'clock here. I don't go to bed before midnight, 1 a.m. So it's only 9 o'clock here. So we'll be starting at 8 o'clock Central Time. 8 o'clock Central Time. So, yeah, that was insane. Okay, I'll go and look for it. I'll try and go look for it. Let's keep on rolling.
He did this by catching some of it by catching lies, right? They caught Jennifer McCabe lying on the timeline, but then they corrected it with the Wi-Fi, and then you take that Wi-Fi time and you give it to, and you put that up against the time where John O'Keefe supposedly entered the house and ascended and descended stairs. It adds up. It connects. This is fascinating that they managed to do this.
They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location.
Oh, he has so many videos.
Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36.
I love how they use that against
in this case.
I love how they
use
use that
It's a 6-minute
against
drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxim prove it.
Yes.
In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house.
Yes.
Exactly where the Apple Health
Thank
data
you.
places him.
And
That's
this is
where all
great.
fits.
Verbatim what we've been
And Ryan
saying
was
for
right behind her,
months based
remember,
on Ryan
staring at her
Nagel's
taillights.
statement.
Undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to
short
12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34th Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36.
Exactly.
So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lines connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone?
I'll find it for tomorrow.
Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They've been drinking in the afternoon.
There's Brian
about
Albert in the
flirtatious
background.
texts, that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You can see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me?
Yeah, what about me?
Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed.
Yes, I'll have a
He didn't
thumbnail
like
up
being ignored.
tonight. In
That's
fact,
pretty
I'll go
clear.
ahead and do it now.
So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time.
No
and
beers.
She continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I'll draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark. Between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John. He motions for him. Come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, "You coming here?" This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in.
Ass grabbing.
Of all the things they could be doing,
Grab ass.
Grab
this is what they were
acid.
doing
Sorry.
just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, "I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers." Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that
Look
John
at
was
him.
in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all
Look
established
at,
that.
first
We
of all,
know
look
that
at Kerry Roberts just chewing gum like a cow. Just look at
Hey,
her.
listen,
We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert.
I was chewing I was chewing gum the second day and a bailiff
Yeah. Oh, they're like
pretty
all over
embarrassing.
you. But
Yeah,
like,
I was sitting next to Brian and the dude reached right over Brian's face with a piece of paper over my under my mouth and I was like, "Ugh, sorry."
I mean, she
it
looks like
was-
just cattle feasting on fresh grass. Just look at her.
Excuse themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, "Your girl's been texting me"?
Your girl's been texting.
A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done.
Yeah.
What was that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long
Totally.
at all.
I love it. I love
And
how
then the panic sets in.
Yeah.
Wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a
I
night of
got
drinking
it
and
up.
partying, why
Hey,
go to
guys,
CPD
we're
when
good.
you're drunk? What was so important there?
Exactly.
He couldn't even get his own story straight. First he said it was administrative work, then he said he was moving cars, then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was it?
But he took his personal Jeep.
Ask yourself.
He took
Why
his
go?
personal Jeep because
But the odd things keep
it's
piling up.
against
He's alone.
policy to be drinking and using a company vehicle. But he went back to park a bunch of company
Yes.
vehicles.
While drinking
while
the
he's
entire
drunk.
day.
Right.
The entire day. It's just wild. Brian Albert, he's so cold, dude. How he just sits
Higgins is
there.
the worst liar of them all.
He is.
We're
And it just-
epic away,
It's
guys.
just wild
Come on,
how
we can do it.
Brian
And this is my
A Brian Albert
115th
just sits
video.
there in the background, just cold, just listening
Totally
to
stone
this guy
face.
just be like, yeah, Brian Albert's the killer. He doesn't really react much.
He's a stone wall.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
Like, this means nothing to me. But like, bro, Brian, my question for Brian is, where you been, bro? Like, you're Mr. Like, I don't give a fuck all of a sudden.
Right.
Yeah,
And
you
look at
weren't
the
so
way they
tough
dress.
when you went to that game last year and somebody took a selfie and you guys were in the background. You're like, you're hiding like rats. You moved to Norwood to hide like the fucking rat piece of shit you are. You murdering piece of shit, Brian Albert. You disgrace. Everyone in the Boston Police Department hates you. You fucking murdering piece of shit. God, I hate him. He's such a pussy.
Yeah. He's
Y'all,
just
explicit language
disgusting.
here.
Like, he really gives me the
Control
willies,
that.
dude. Like, the guy is
And if
chill, but like, fine.
If the day ever comes where Brian Albert's arrested, Brian Albert is not going to go quietly. Brian Albert is going to put a gun in his mouth and pull the trigger. And I say good riddance to that, Brian. You know you're going to take the coward's way out, brother. You know you're going to. If
We're not going to do that. Exactly. I'm not trying to be mean, but there's sometimes we can go a little too far. We're going to let him get through that. Okay, let's see.
That possibility who sat up there on the stand and lied and looked really, really culpable. I see Higgins being the same way. I just don't see these people. Like, look at the overall vibe of their actions is coward. You know what I mean? Like, they
I
cover
don't
up a
disagree with
murder.
that.
Nobody takes accountability. Nobody is encouraged to take accountability. They all act like absolute children when it comes to it. I mean, those people, the way that they behave, look at the way they're dressed now. Like, look at Colin. Colin was dressed like a freaking like a jock thug goon
we got it
when you ran into him in Canton, and then here he's dressed like an altar
That
boy.
bothered me.
Yeah, no, right?
It's just
That
really,
bothered
you know, come on, man. You're not
Sensei,
fooling
go lay
anybody.
down.
Yeah.
Chloe was the Albert family pet.
Hey.
Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted that I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years.
Yeah.
Also a dog who had a bite history. Yeah. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out?
Yeah, they sent it
Recall
to
what
the
Dr. Russell
witness
said. She's
protection
seen up to
program.
1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog.
Okay, I have problems with the testimony of where the dog is. Dear friend of mine, just literally a week ago, almost a week, and well, today's Tuesday, 9 days ago, has a Great Dane she's had since a pup. She bent down to give it a treat, and it just snapped, and it ripped her face up. Took this lower part of the nose off, and they had to reattach it. All kind of crazy stuff. Literally a hair's width away from hitting the carotid artery with one of the, so it bit here and here. It bit this way. And that dog had to be put down. And it had never bitten anybody before. And they checked for rabies, and you know how they do that. So why was the McCabe's, the Albert's dog not, you can keep him at home, but it's a 14-day quarantine. It's mandatory. Why? And he did, it's not the first time he's killed another animal. Go on, Miss Kevin. We'll see you tomorrow, beloved. Thank you. Love you. Blessings. Kiss, kiss, hug, hug. Good night. Sleep well. But this dog not only attacked multiple dogs prior to the time that he attacked the dogs and the two ladies, and they were sent to the hospital. So the attacks are getting to the severity mode that why was the dog not put down? I'm not saying, and I'm not trying to get in a fight with people that dogs have to be put down every time they bite, but this dog has a history. They know he has a history. Why was, after two women go to the hospital, that's bad enough. I'm surprised animal control did not come and take the dog and sequester it for 14 days and put it in isolation for 14 days. But to call the organization where she got the dog from and have them place it in another home, I don't care. That is not responsible. If there's something wrong with that dog that cannot be worked through, it should not be placed and given to somebody else and it be somebody else's problem. I'm not sure if it was placed. You got it. Once they start, you can't get them out of it. And one of my other jobs is I was a dog groomer for years. I had my own business. And I have to tell you, a German Shepherd, Great Danes, any of these bigger dogs. Now, I've heard the rumor that this was a police dog flunk out. And then I've heard people say that's just a rumor. But once they taste blood, it is very difficult and it's not safe. And they already knew the dog was a problem. So why are they putting the dog with somebody else with the risk of it hurting them? I don't know if I believe her when they said that they put the dog with somebody else. The dog is out of state in a new home. They rehomed the dog and they spoke to the people for a few months. Yeah, bring those people into court and prove whether they have the dog or not. I would say it's a higher chance they put the dog down and they're lying. Because most people who have a dog that attack as severely as this one did, most places would require it to be put down. That's my humble opinion. Here, I guarantee it. I don't know about where you guys are, but minimum 14 days quarantine, and it would be documented.
But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed. 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds.
But
now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, the butt dials.
Okay, I hear what you say, Brian, that you had boxers and never once have I had a biter. It's how you raised them. My friend who raised her dog from a puppy has never hit that dog. She loved that dog as a child. She did get it as a pup from an animal shelter. Not saying that it was anybody's fault, but we noticed a behavioral change in the dog in the last couple of months. So there may have been something medically wrong. We're waiting to find that out. Sometimes they could have tumor. Sometimes it could be a pain management issue and they're just not feeling well. But in the case with the Alberts and Chloe, I don't think that's the case.
Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials,
at least more
but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call. Remember on cross-examination when I was asking, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton?
Oh, I love this.
Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy.
Yeah. I love how Alan Jackson,
15 seconds. Maybe.
You know, even though there's like no evidence of this whatsoever, like not evidence that this exact theory happened. He's the master of like painting a picture and saying this could happen.
He is.
This is a scenario that could have happened. That sounds plausible. Like this sounds like, yeah, this, of course you could have a conversation where you could, these are the things that you can say in 22 seconds. This is the kind of conversation. And
okay, let's just, if it was a failed police dog or washout, that would explain some, maybe the bite, aggression, and attack on the arms, because that's what they're taught to do. But I don't know. Now let's talk about the thing that he's talking about right now about painting the picture in that 18-second phone call. When this actually came out in testimony, and the first time we heard about this, and he had brought up the comment about the 22-second phone call or whatever, and that the guy didn't think that he could get a conversation in that quickly. I actually kind of just did the same thing that the lawyer just did, and I actually appreciate this. I love the way he is painting the picture for the jury. I love the way he's telling them a story, but not just quoting facts and down a list. I mean, I think that's interesting. Another lawyer said somewhere today, I don't remember which, I watched a lot, that when you're not winning, just quote the facts that you see. I mean, it's just the way they said it. Also, in the early morning calls, they could have claimed that Brian Higgins called Brian Albert to say he made it home. Okay, well, I wouldn't believe that. What two grown men do that? I do it as a girlfriend because I'm a woman and I lived at the time out in the country. And well, Leslie was, well, the stow and storm. Okay, I can do that. If you're gonna lie, make it believable. Or he could have said, I wasn't in bed. I was putting my phone on the charger. I accidentally called him. That would have been believable. I've done that before. I've accidentally called the last person I talked to, putting my phone on the charger. I would have believed that. But to say I was sound asleep in bed, and then to come find out that the Alberts kept both their phones, their glasses in bed while they were doing the hanky-panky, and you turn yourself around, that's what it's all about. But when they're sitting there doing the hanky-panky in bed with their phones, what? Now, I know people who do sleep with their phone under the pillow because they set the alarm and the alarm shakes a pillow and it wakes them up. Fine. But it's on the charger under the pillow. But I'm just floored, y'all. Well, I guess that lie went out the window. No, not really, but you're right. Almost any lie would have been better than what they did. And, the fact that the Alberts were getting the hoochie poochie on and making
He's
phone
just
calls.
so good at
believe
that,
it.
at
Right.
painting a picture,
Right. The details in the pictures he's
All right,
painting,
Brian.
while at the same time
I can
proving that
only
the person
imagine.
lied,
Mhm.
saying
Not
that
gonna ruin
saying
that
that there's
phone
no way a phone call could have been
Yeah.
that short. You can't
Yeah,
have
like-
a conversation that
like-
quickly.
Right.
And he's
right.
like, he just right now described
Yeah.
that you could
Here's
absolutely
a
do
conversation
that.
you can have. Here's a
Yeah.
conversation you could have, and it's actually really
Oh,
plenty of
thank
time
you.
that
Yeah.
this guy's just lying. So, like, here's what you could do in that time. Like, and he
CJ
puts in the
and
juror's head,
Good
like,
night. I'm not
what
gonna go
is
too much.
more likely that these
I
two
probably
butt
will hang in
dials
at 10 o'clock.
and butt answered, and that then they don't, and that wasn't long enough, or perhaps this happened. You tell me what you think is more likely. And even though you don't know for sure that it went the way that,
But I will be hanging it up at 10
Alex Jackson
o'clock.
says it went.
I hate you.
That's
We
not
got so
enough
many
to
viewers. We
convict
got
Brian
221
Higgins or Brian Albert,
between X
but it is enough to
and
acquit Karen Reed.
YouTube. I'd love to have more on
Reed without.
YouTube. Y'all
And I
share,
think that's
please.
the most important.
It doesn't
Agreed.
hurt to share. It's free.
But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call,
I'll
that we
tune
just
into
talked about,
your OnlyFans
Jennifer McCabe's on her phone at her
video
house, Google searching
tomorrow.
how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no
Wow.
innocent explanation for that Google search at
We
2:27
only
a.m.
have 17
None.
watching now.
At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion,
Y'all are
the Commonwealth's
awesome.
experts were left with two things
Y'all are
that are
so
true. First,
awesome.
neither of their experts could absolutely rule
I
out that
appreciate you so
Jennifer
much.
McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second,
I
the
know,
only
right,
person to
Ronnie?
use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green.
Yep.
And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m.
That's so
And then
important.
it was
Yes,
deleted.
exactly.
So what else
Because
was going on
they
at or around this same time?
neither of their experts could definitively say that the searches didn't happen.
Yep. The only one that used the correct operating system was Rick Green. He's
Yep.
more
Right.
reliable,
When all this
Right.
suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house. 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview
Yep.
at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period,
So
at 2:30 a.m.
So strong.
And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m.,
The Ford Edge.
someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view
And who
of
owns
where
a
John's
Ford
body was
Edge?
ultimately
May
discovered.
we ask?
Who's the only person in this case you've heard about in Fort Edge. Brian Albert.
Colin Albert too.
Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found.
I just have
By 6
Microdot's
a.m.,
video going
John's
through my
body was,
head.
in fact,
Yeah.
now outside.
Which one?
The one where he does the walkthrough of the house.
Oh yeah, that's such a good video.
Yeah, yeah.
With the
Great.
Adele song in the background.
Yeah, dude,
so great.
Microdots is just something
Microdots is the shit, man.
Dude's from another
Exactly what's going
planet.
on.
I swear
It
to God.
is.
Yeah.
With the Alberts and the McCabe's, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turns to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed.
I love the way
By
he
12:30,
describes this.
Karen's mad.
I love the way he describes this. And I am a little bit behind on Turtle Boy because we've stopped a few times. But I love his description of this. I love the way he's telling this story. He's making it relatable. That's what you need to do, because when the jury goes back in the room to deliberate, they're going to sit here and talk about this phone call. It will be discussed. I would be absolutely floored if it was not. And if you were a husband or a boyfriend, you've probably been on the butt end of one of those calls. And, well, it could be the other way around too. But I don't think that phone call proves in any way that she is guilty
She's
of
left
the crime.
34 Fairview to make a point. But she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe you do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John?
Yeah. See, I love how because he's got to get ahead of it. He has to explain why Karen was acting like a bitch. You know, like he's got to explain that. Like, here's why she sent those messages. Not because she's a murderer, because she's pissed, man. She's pissed.
Right. No, and the
What
prosecution
video
makes this picture
of the house
themselves.
walkthrough
I mean,
in the
Karen Reed,
backyard was an eye opener.
the
I don't know
both
what
of them
one you're
were
talking about.
clearly insecure in the status
Oh, yeah, I
of
do
their
now. I
relationship at the
remember.
time. Karen Reed was in a very vulnerable state due to her physical condition that she was ailing from, and she was afraid
I
John
have
was
photos
losing
of the
interest
house.
and was
I have
seeking
photos of the
affection
yard.
somewhere else.
When
It
they
was her
sold the
biggest
house, I
fear,
downloaded
and
all the
that's what
photos
happened when
of
he
the
wasn't answering his
realtors,
phone. She started her mind
ad
started racing
before they
with
got
the
taken
alcohol.
down.
And if you listen to the things
I have
that
the
she
floor
said,
plan and
calling
all.
him a pervert, saying, "I know what you're doing," blah blah blah, she thinks that he's cheating. The more time that goes by, the more these thoughts escalate. This isn't
Very
somebody who
possibly.
just killed somebody.
Right.
This is a person who has no idea what her boyfriend is doing, and she's in panic mode, trying and driving herself crazy with her own imagination. That's
And
all.
they'd been
That's it.
drinking, so
That's
she
it, man.
did have
You
some
hit the nail
alcohol
on the
in her
head.
system. You know,
12:35 turns to
call and
12:36.
do
Jesus
that.
Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John.
I agree
But
with
the next
you,
voicemail,
Andrew.
you quickly learned what she was thinking, what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught. She reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, question was answered, and her worst fears are realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her.
She does look like she wants to cry.
Feel the raw anguish. You could see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night.
Like
Very well.
I like the look she has here, and I wish she did it more during the trial. I mean, I'm not going to fault her for her looks or anything during the trial, but I wish she looked like this more like this during the trial. I think it would make her, not that I did think it's like the jury's thinking anything bad about her, but I think that if she looked like this more, the jury would like her a lot more. Not that they don't like her now, but go ahead.
I get what you mean,
agree.
but I don't feel like it would have been as natural as it is now, because the vibe, the theme most of the time was, we're fucking roasting you on this stand. You know what I mean? So here she is, and she's been prepping for this for so long. A more natural response to the way that her team was defending her. It makes sense that she would have those looks of contempt and those looks of, yeah, motherfucker.
Oh, I agree.
You know,
I agree.
But here, this is the first time that she's heard her, you know, her team passionately describe how she possibly felt. Those, you
Or
know,
she
and
described to them how she
so
felt.
it's bringing up memories. Like
Yeah,
that's
she's
why I
reliving
feel
the
like
trauma.
it's so genuine. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah,
It
no,
feels so
like this,
genuine.
it is such a genuine look for her, because usually she looks very confident. And
Right.
Here
The
she
haters
looks
always
almost
pointed out she
sad,
looks bitchy. This
vulnerable.
is a very good look that she had here.
Right.
I thought, you know, that,
She's softer.
Right.
You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34th Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with
and
the truth.
she had a
That's
commitment
it.
that
Not to
next
win the case,
day
but to
at
seek
work.
justice and to do it through the
She was
truth.
supposed to
Ask
go
yourself,
home.
did you get that truth from the Commonwealth?
And she
The
fell
Commonwealth
asleep
continually
on
tried
the
to tell you
couch
that
and
video
woke
showed
up
that the
and
SUV
realized
came
she wasn't
close
there, and
to
she
John's
was
Traverse,
supposed to be
and it
home
took us showing you the video
at
to
her
unequivocally
place
establish that
another
Karen hit
time.
that car,
Yeah, she would
cracked her
kill.
taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally
Would
showed
have
you
been.
the actual video. You can see that tire move.
Yep.
I'm only going to
You
show you
could.
one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she
I
pulled
thought
out of the
this was
driveway at
perfectly
5:07.
timed.
That taillight, and I'm going to
And
use
I
my words
spent a
very
lot of
carefully here.
time on this myself.
That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was
Exactly.
any question in your mind about
Right.
the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all
Yep.
doubt was extinguished. When Dayton Police Officer Barrows walked into
I
this
brought
courtroom,
that up
he's a
too.
sworn
Yes.
officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's
Barrows
not
is
associated with
great.
the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In
Yep.
other words,
Thank
he
you for
doesn't answer to
watching.
any
If
of these
you're just
folks.
joining,
He's
please
an outsider and he's
subscribe. I'm
completely
trying to
independent.
get to
And his
300
words were the
tonight.
following, quote, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely
But
damaged.
not completely
Take a look
damaged.
at this photo and tell
Love
me.
it. He was a
And
great
those of
witness.
you
Which
who
one
have
looks
been
like
Yeah,
watching
he
all
was
Barrows?
night,
fantastic.
bless
The one
you.
on the
I
left
appreciate
or the one on
you.
the right?
Y'all
The
all
reconstructed
were in the
light on the
drawing
left
for at
is
least
what that light
one
looked like before it was in Trooper
Getty.
Proctor's possession. Remember that.
Starbucks
That's what it looked like
tomorrow.
before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you had an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered,
Wow.
Lank, very good
Yes.
friend of the Alberts, walked
Powerful.
into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized.
Yes,
But
the
we do know
girl
that
was
shortly
jailed
thereafter,
home.
the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery.
Yeah.
What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades.
Yeah. How about that?
Well,
That's such a
thank
break. They
you,
probably thought,
Brian.
when this is over, we need
I
to get that dude
appreciate
dead.
y'all. I
And-
really
Oh, wait a
do.
minute.
I'm not
I love
flipping.
the sign.
I really, really
They
do.
said it.
Yeah, I
out
love
loud.
that line. I love that line.
But still, you got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed.
They texted it.
Y'all, I have to say, I literally started the trial to learn how to use my equipment to prep for starting to use the sign language in multiple areas of YouTube to bring access, and have fallen in love with doing this, and have come a long way. My mods who were with me the first time, I couldn't believe it. I'd only been doing a few days of this, maybe 2 weeks at most, and I was blessed to be on a panel with Recovery Addict, And all these lovely mods hopped over the next day, and I was like, "Oh crap, I had my first trolls. I had to get mods, and they just volunteered, and they've kind of helped me baby along a little bit." And I've had to learn all this equipment, my Rodecaster Pro, the Stream Deck, and StreamYard, and all of this. And I'm already a professional photographer, so the photography is not an issue. But connecting everything, and Recovery Addict has given me some advice and technical hints and helped me out. And it's just been a wonderful experience. And I appreciate everybody who has joined and subscribed to my channel and who does watch me. I understand it's your precious time that you're choosing to spend with me. And I am the one who's honored. Thank you so very much. Okay, I'm done with it.
That whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house?
Nah.
Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our phone calls?
Literally none of this
happened. Look in the basement. And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions.
Nope.
And Twitter, y'all are just as awesome. Y'all are amazing, and I appreciate you.
And with that,
I've got 209 viewers over there. Y'all are simply amazing. And please comment.
Oh, what a line that was. What a line.
A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over.
What a line.
A wall between us and
get
them.
over.
A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all?
Who's she?
Nobody.
The girl.
Outsider. This is gonna be easy.
Rita
Or so they thought.
Lombardi
That's what
goes
Proctor actually did and
absolutely
did not do
off
in this case.
outside the
So they thought.
boardroom during
Trial is how
the
evidence
interview.
always seems to be.
Oh my God. Should we watch that, y'all? I hate to cut him off, but it's only 2 minutes long. Do y'all want to watch that? Can I show you that real quick and then we'll go back? Okay, Brian, run on. I appreciate you. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Y'all, I'm going to hop over to this just real quick. I promise you. I'm going to hop over here and then we'll go back, okay? This is freaking amazing. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to share this tab real quick. Okay, y'all, are you ready for this? Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we're going to watch this.
This town is run by the McAlpins. That is who this town is.
Sorry. Let me get it back.
The people do not run the contract. This town is run by the McAlpins. That is who this town is run by. The people do not run this town. The select board does not run this town. The McAlpins run this town. And Chris Albert, the reason he has the behavior that he has is because there's no consequences, and he is allowed to run havoc and terrorize this town and sick the people after us. And that is a problem. This is domestic terrorism. We need new leadership in this town.
As it relates to Karen Reed,
yes.
How do you feel like the Karen Reed case was handled by the chief? Did she botch it? How would you phrase it?
Botch it?
Good
No,
night, Brian.
she deliberately covered it up. They all did. They all covered it up. And how do I know this? From their own mouths, from their own testimony. Their story never had a chance. It didn't fit the puzzle. None of it did. It was all he said, she said nonsense.
Jen,
What the
thank you,
defense
Screaming.
presented
Thank
was
you so
concrete
much.
evidence
I
by the
do
most
appreciate you
highly
joining me.
credentialed
All of y'all have
people
blessed
and
us
experts
tonight.
in this
Hopefully I'll see
country.
you tomorrow.
People that were hired
Please
by the
subscribe
Department of
before you
Justice,
go.
by the NHL team. These people, light years ahead of what we saw. What we saw in the trial for the Canton Police
Don't say
Station
place.
is ridiculous. And they lie, and they have no problem lying or no problem making mistakes. They don't follow policy and procedure. Why? Because they have the guns.
Is there any relief that it's a 1-year renewal rather than 3 years?
No, there's no relief. We're going to have a verdict tomorrow, and we are going to have a not guilty verdict. And that is going to shine a light onto why the Canton Police and the
federal agencies may take care of that.
but also the Canton Fire Department, why their stories were told that were completely inconsistent with what the evidence, the real evidence showed. No contract renewal. That's what we need. We need someone from the outside. We need the federal government in here. We need receivership. We need it now.
yesterday.
Thank you.
Yes.
Whoo, doggy, that was good.
In Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens
Way
once,
to go,
let's chalk it up to
Rita.
a mistake.
Hey, that's a
Twice,
slogan.
it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence.
Way to go,
If that happens every
Rita.
single time, it becomes intentional. Which means it becomes corruption.
Right.
The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the toe time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important. I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized, so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo.
Scrivener's error.
Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16. We finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m.
Right.
That is the very fact that Michael Proctor had to hide human beings from you and from us.
Oh, I know. Here's the line. I love this line.
Until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Lockman? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you.
He didn't just hide evidence; he hid human beings, and that is such an underrated part. And that's what I said on News Nation with Dan Abrams tonight. I was like, it's not just what he did do; it's what he didn't do. It's how he didn't look for Lucky Loughran. It's how he didn't look for Colin Albert. It's how Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all these people who were in that house were never questioned until months later. And Julie Nagel had the Black Blob story, like 9 months later. None of these people were questioned. And why? Because the more people you involve in a conspiracy, the more people that can fuck it up. It's just that simple. You control it when it's just you and the McCabe's, and that's it. And
I'm gonna zip.
like, like they're royalty.
Zip, whatever.
Do not say anything. You can say whatever you want to them.
Right. Yeah, like these are goons.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're hired goons. Look at them. It's so bizarre.
Well, everybody deserves protection no matter what. I mean, we don't need any of us getting, no matter what side you're on, getting into physical altercations or threatening the life of anybody. Nobody is worth that.
It's just some of the worst people I've ever seen, you know.
This is the buffer zone. Get going. Like, what the fuck does that mean? This is the buffer
And this
zone.
guy,
Get going?
and this guy with the
Where does
beard
it say
right
in the
here
buffer zone
showing,
you can't film?
is he
Did I
the
miss that one?
sheriff showing his badge and
I don't know.
shirt,
Doesn't matter, but it's like
jacket back?
I'm just curious. That's
like
all.
where
Pulling his
in the
jacket
buffer
back and
zone
where the gun and the badge
does
is.
it,
I didn't
did it say
appreciate
you
that.
can't film? Did I miss that part? You say you can't post. It doesn't say about anything you can't film.
Right.
Like, where did I miss that? Like, I mean, just look at this power hungry drunk. Look at this fucking guy. You're
Watch the guy
get out.
right there.
Yeah.
Look at
Does
him.
that guy have a
Show that
badge?
Yeah. Is he?
I see this guy everywhere. He's inside. Look at him fucking showing his badge.
He
Fuck
looks
you.
badge, y'all.
I'm
He
gonna-
looks like-
I see this guy
really
every
do.
day. I'm gonna be like, who the fuck? Like, I'm gonna interview him. Like, so can you tell me, sir, like, why did you fucking flash your badge and tell people they can't film in public? Like, what makes you think that you have that right?
Dude, he's straight out of the Sabotage video from the Beastie Boys. Look at him. Like,
I know.
it's so weird how exaggerated and cliche he looks.
Look at him reaching for his fucking
Look
badge.
If you're
Lock and load.
Look at Kerry Roberts.
Why was Kerry Roberts doing that? You know, you're just instigating it. It's you know,
Fucking pigs. Oh my god.
if you do not want
Look at this escort that these cop killers got.
don't instigate it.
I know. It's
Don't
insane.
stop and take pictures.
Escorted by
Don't pull
cops.
crap. Keep moving.
And like itching to violate somebody's rights. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like just itching to do it. It's so bizarre. Like they're just like, yeah, stand back. You're in the buffer zone. Back
Yeah,
it
I
up.
know, right? Back it up.
Okay, guys.
I had
It's
my
10 o'clock.
dangerousness hearing on March 14th, and I knew.
Okay, it is 10 o'clock. I am going to wrap this up. Y'all have been phenomenal. Oh my God, I jumped in viewers just as I get ready to wrap it up. We jump in viewers. By the way, guys, I was trying to get to 300 tonight. We did not reach 300. We did get to 285, and that is a massive blessing. If you're on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, whatever, please hop on over and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I do appreciate you watching me on all formats. Well, she did actually have protection. They started having protection. They weren't on bicycles, but they did have protection. I saw a video today, but not to the extent this was. And yes, the viewers and the supporters protected her. I really appreciate that. So, this has been a very long day in a great way. Just so you know, I trying to see. I don't know how, guys. I have reached over 6,000 views. Let's see. On the 20th, I hit 5,000. On the 22nd, I hit 55. And today, well, 6,000 plus. I don't know where it will probably hit 7,000. I really appreciate you guys so very, very much. Y'all are freaking awesome. I can't thank you enough. All my new subscribers, you are amazing. I am just beyond blessed. Beyond blessed. And mods, you are freaking awesome. I couldn't thank you enough. We will do this again tomorrow. I don't know exactly what I have planned for tomorrow. I've never done a jury watch before like this. Usually it's a little different, but we have. For those of you who may not have caught me earlier, Wade Wilson, we knew, well, if y'all know anything about the case, I did put that on when Karen Reed's were not on, when they had their off days. He was found guilty of manslaughter, a second degree, I think it was, of 2 women. And today he did get a verdict. They did the sentencing phase, and he was given 2 DPs. And of course, he's going to appeal that. That's just the way it is. Welcome, all my new members and my new viewers. I'm actually quite floored. I really am. I'm quite floored and so amazingly blessed. By the way, and I don't know if y'all know this real quick, but Princess Anne took a fall or took a hit. I think a hit to the head with the hoof of a horse, and she's still suffering from a concussion. So, anyway, blessings. Be good to each other. Be kind. Everybody get a nice sleep tonight. Hug your family members. And tomorrow, when you run into those Karens and those people who, not this Karen, but you know what I mean, and people are having a bad day and taking it out on you, remember we all have our problems. And sometimes it just takes a hug and smile and sympathy to change somebody else's bad day. Be that for them. Good night. Be blessed. And definitely we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow. All right. Bye, guys.